Nigeria speaking here. In December, we had Bola Ahmed Tinubu speaking. This week, we had Peter Obi, the presidential candidate for the Labour Party, and we had Professor Yakubu yesterday here, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, presenting on his umpiring and his institution, how it's prepared for the elections. So we do have one invitation outstanding, which is to Mr. Tiku. That invitation remains live and valid if he wants to come and speak at Chatham House. This meeting is fully on the record, not under Chatham House rule. We are live streaming, so we're on a variety of platforms, and we also have media in the room also filming. When we get to the question and answer session, please, if you are being on live stream and you're on our Zoom platform, you are very welcome to send in questions. I am trying to either summarize or reflect the questions that you're asking, because I don't want you to be disadvantaged by not being in the room. And we will also obviously take questions from the audience here. The meeting will run for an hour, and I will give the customary respect to the senator by overrunning by 10 minutes, which is what we have done with the previous two presidential candidates. So no more ado from me. Just to encourage also, if you are tweeting, you can use the hashtag AFPROG to tweet if that's what you wish to do. I don't want to say anything more, except once more say how grateful I am to Senator Kwankwaso for coming to Chatham House. Sir, I thought it was important that you were heard, particularly to international audience also. I tend to think that maybe in the international community has heard your voice less than other candidates, and you have equal importance, in my view, in providing the vision on why you feel that Nigerians should vote you as their next president. So I'm going to invite you now to take the podium to speak on service delivery and policy alternatives. So thank you very much for coming again to Chatham House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex. Maybe the difference between me and the other candidates is that they are in the air. Other people were hearing their voices while we are on the ground. So thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me once again thank everybody here for coming. And let me begin by thanking the Royal Institute for organizing this event and for inviting me to interact with this global audience. Let me also thank the audience, both the Institute and the virtual ones, for your interest in the peace, unity, and the prosperity of our country. Our country today is facing numerous challenges: insecurity, growing poverty, growing and uncontrolled inflation, growing unemployment and despondency, decaying infrastructure, high rate of maternal and neonatal death, collapsing education system, crisis in the healthcare services, very weak institutions, growing corruption and graft, unbelievable theft of crude oil and other mineral resources, and growing mistrust among the constituent communities of our country, etc., etc. We can point fingers at all sorts of factors allegedly responsible for our situation, from coronavirus to global economic recession, from Western powers to international capital, etc. But for me, we are where we are because of the mistakes and the wrong choices made by the very people entrusted with the business of governing Nigeria in the last 24 years. I am aspiring to become the next president of Nigeria because I understand the issues involved, the mistakes that were made, the wrong priorities that were set, and together with our team, we are better connected with the hopes and aspirations of the Nigerian citizens. We understand, agree with, and share grievances. And we have a plan, a practical plan to address each and every challenge bedeviling our country. My pledge to you, the RMK 2023 blueprint will soon be circulated, is a synopsis of my plans for our country when elected. And I implore you to pursue through the document, which for us serves as a social contract between me and Nigerian citizens. For today's discussion, I intend to provide policy alternatives and how we intend to improve services delivery in 4 core areas: the economy, human security, social issues, and deepening democracy. Although I will be open for engagement in other areas related to the Nigerian state, due to time limitation, I shall focus on these 4 areas. In designing all our policies and plans, we are guided, among numerous other things, by one important consideration: the future. Not only next 4 or 8 years, and not only next 1 or 2 decades. We look further, we think deeper. Remember, in less than 30 years to come, our country will be the 3rd most populous country in the world, with a population in excess of 400 million people in 2050. We'll overtake Pakistan, Brazil, Indonesia, and the USA. While we plan for today and tomorrow, we also have to think far ahead and start providing answers to some of these questions. How do we feed more than 400 million students? How do we educate them and make them productive for the global market? How do you provide housing and transportation infrastructure for them? How do you provide effective healthcare services to them? How do you provide employment for them? How do you provide uninterrupted power? How do you secure the country internally and externally? How do you maintain our mega cities, etc., etc.? The leaders that our country needs are not those that will come and do business as usual. We certainly do not need perfunctory leaders anymore. We need thoughtful leaders, selfless, competent, credible, objective, transparent, visionary, empathetic, and accountable. Our economic plan. The main goals of our economic policy are macroeconomic stability, that is keeping inflation and economic output close to potential, low unemployment, robust economic growth, sound fiscal balance, sound balance of payments position, that's external position, and sound financial institutions. These will lead to higher incomes and better quality of life for the citizens. To achieve these goals, we have 7 policy agenda. 1, restoring fiscal discipline. 2, improving non-oil revenue through reforms in company income tax, value-added tax, as well as reforms in key revenue-generating agencies. 3, improving crude oil and gas production to OPEC target. 4, ensuring disciplined management float foreign exchange policy. 5, targeting inflation. 6, improving the climate for trade, investment, and business. 7, preventing corruption, wastages, and theft and other of oil and other mineral resources. Fighting poverty and ensuring prosperity. Over 133 million Nigerians, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, (NBS), are living in abject poverty. For a country generously endowed with human and material resources like Nigeria, this is totally unacceptable. We have a practical plan to confront and defeat poverty in Nigeria. A, we shall lift Nigerians from the poverty ditch through targeted poverty alleviation and poverty elimination strategies that ensure families at the bottom of the social ladder have access to food, clothing, quality education, basic health care, and basic housing needs. B, to ensure that those lifted out of the poverty do not return into the poverty bracket, we shall ensure that beneficiaries of our poverty elimination programs maintain good paying vocation, high yielding investment, as well as strategic savings to ensure individual, family, and community prosperity. C, deliberate steps will be taken from our first day in office to end youth unemployment in our country. In specific terms, 1, over 2 million job opportunities will be created in the armed forces, police, and other security agencies. 2, our mass housing plan will provide opportunities to more than 1 million Nigerian youths annually. 3, our agricultural mechanization agenda will create over 2 million opportunities annually to place our youth in gainful and productive engagement across the agricultural value chain. 4, our proposed revolution in critical infrastructure will provide over 3 million regular opportunities in the transportation sector and the power sector. 5, our education reforms, especially expanding access and the mopping up of over 20 million out-of-school children, will entail the recruitment of hundreds of thousands of teachers and other associated staff in our education system annually. 6, our plan to modernize healthcare services will not only entail infrastructural and high-tech medical equipment upgrade, but also the recruitment of hundreds of thousands of medical personnel across the 3 levels of care to cater for the ballooning size of Nigeria's population. 7, private sector will be strong enough to generate even more job opportunities as a result of conducive climate and deliberate government policies in oil and gas, power and energy, solid minerals, telecommunications, sports and tourism, entertainment industry, especially films and music, etc., etc. Tackling Nigeria's security challenges. The main targets of our security strategy is to secure or to ensure that all Nigerians enjoy the freedom to live in dignity, freedom from fear, and freedom from want, and to create a conducive climate for investment and collective prosperity. 4 key policy issues are involved: the size and the capacity of the security institutions, enlistment of security personnel, the nexus between security and socio-economic well-being of the citizens, and sustainability issues. Specifically, E, we will ensure justice and fairness to all and the respect of the rule of law by all, irrespective of tribe, religion, region, or social status. This is the foundation upon which peaceful, secured, and prosperous societies are built. B, we will engage and dialogue with all aggrieved groups with a view to addressing every real and perceived grievances. C, we will deploy personnel and set up our technology optimally to ensure that every square meter of Nigeria's territory is secured and protected. D, we will increase the size of Nigerian military from 223,000 active personnel to 1 million. We will increase the size of Nigeria's police from 371,000 active personnel to about 1 million. We will upgrade and modernize the training of all security and law enforcement personnel. G, we will engage the support and cooperation of community leaders and other stakeholders through the instrument of the Community Participation and Reorientation Committees, CPRC, to ensure peace and security in every community in Nigeria. H, we will continue to work with the international community and all friends of Nigeria in the fight against terrorism, banditry, and violent extremism. J, we will engage with and support all our neighboring countries with a view to fighting cross-border crimes and ensuring regional peace and stability. K, our policy proposals in all subsectors, economy, energy and power, education, health, agriculture, strategic infrastructure, trade and industry, women and children, housing, etc., share the all-important goal of ensuring peace, unity, and security in our country. Social issues. Our education revolution. Our revolution in the education sector will be guided by our philosophy of education as public good. We shall ensure through the correct reforms and investment that all our schools provide the best quality education to our students. We have 5 major areas that our revolution will address: out of school and girl child education, national literacy campaign, higher education reform, examination bodies, and scholarships. Some of the immediate actions we intend to take include: A, we shall reform the education sector in its entirety to ensure accountability, expansion of access, and improvement of quality. Every Nigerian must have access to good quality education, not minding their social status. B, we shall incentivize enrollment of the girl child and all the children from poorly served communities. C, we will eradicate illiteracy in Nigeria. Every adult shall have the opportunity to acquire literacy and engage in lifelong learning. D, we will mop up the 20 million out-of-school children in Nigeria and get them enrolled in schools in the next 4 years. E, specifically, we will provide 500,000 classrooms across the states of the Federation to accommodate the over 20 million out-of-school children that we planned to mop up from the streets of Nigeria. We will provide 1 meal per day per child in all basic schools through the innovative involvement of community participation and orientation committees, CPRC, as well as state and local governments across the country. G. Following our successful experimentation in Kano State, we will make all application forms for admission into tertiary education institutions and application forms for employment free. H. We will also make all examinations such as WAEC, NECO, NAPTEB, UMBAS, JAM, etc. free. This was successfully implemented for 8 years in Kano State when I was the state governor. I. We will introduce a 4-year validity period for JAM examination results so that our children can use the same JAM results again to gain admission into our tertiary education institutions. J. We will upgrade and expand all our universities, polytechnics, and the colleges of education and raise their standard to global competitiveness. K. We will work with all stakeholders to arrest the rot and the decay in our tertiary education institutions and ensure that the perennial industrial action by staff unions is brought to a permanent stop. We will improve funding for research and innovation. M. We will cause the amendment of all acts and laws that impede in provision of quality education across all levels. N. We will introduce competitive foreign scholarships to give bright Nigerian youth the opportunity to study for higher degrees in the best universities around the world. We will significantly improve the funding and support to education at all levels. And P, we will support teachers and other stakeholders to play their roles in making Nigeria attain greatness through education. Social issues, our healthcare reform. Nigeria, like other developing countries, has its share of health problems. Communicable and infectious diseases remain the major health problem in the country, while contemporary demographic transition ushers in a range of non-communicable diseases too. These diseases lead to devastating morbidities and mortalities and have significant socio-economic impact on the country. The top among the diseases are malaria, lower respiratory infections, HIV/AIDS, diarrheal diseases, road injuries, protein energy, malnutrition, cancer, meningitis, stroke, hypertension, obesity, sickle cell diseases, and tuberculosis. Notably, malaria remains the foremost killer disease in Nigeria, accounting for over 25% of under 5 mortality, 30% childhood mortality, and 11% maternal mortality. With about 3.4 million Nigerians living with HIV, the country also has the second highest HIV burden in the world, accounting to more than 9% of the global burden. The morbidity and mortality coming from these preventable conditions take their roots in inadequacy, inaccessibility of quality healthcare, poor sanitation and hygiene, poor vector control, poor maternal neonatal, infant, child, adolescent, and elderly care system. Other causes include corruption, drug and substance abuse, alcohol abuse, malnutrition, lack of access to safe drinking water, environmental pollution, poor road maintenance, poor healthcare facilities, and poor healthcare worker remuneration and training, among others. Our actions and programs in the health sector will be guided by our philosophy of health is wealth. We shall reform the health sector in its entirety to ensure professional accountability, quality of service, and professionalism. We will improve sanitation and hygiene in public places, provide the general framework for states and local government council to develop the guidelines for sanitation inspectors. We will provide, in conjunction with states and local government councils, together with CPRC, free natal and maternal health care services for families. In conjunction with other levels of care provisioning, our administration shall coordinate the provision of mobile clinics to access underserved communities across the country. We will upgrade and modernize all tertiary level hospitals in all states of the Federation with a view to expanding access and improving quality of healthcare services. Upgrade and equip all specialty hospitals to tackle the diseases that cause most deaths and disability in Nigeria. For example, malaria, cancer, diabetes, renal diseases, tuberculosis, etc. Undertake comprehensive reform of medical and health education to create more opportunities and meet the manpower needs of the sector. Review the accident emergency protocols in all hospitals to ensure that all health emergency cases are attended to promptly. Promote exercise and sports through programs and interventions support using specialized institutions. Redirect health workers' energy away from trade disputes to professional development and lifelong learning and improvement of skills. Review the laws of all agencies, councils, and such other bodies in the health sector to remove every impediment hampering the effective and efficient delivery of healthcare services, including healthcare education. Minimize health tourism through facility upgrades, services improvement, health workers training, and technology transfer and acquisition. Training of specialized health care professionals for local and international markets, example nurses, midwives, etc. Strengthen the National Center for Disease Control, NCDC, with view to empowering it to identify and eliminate the spread of infectious and contagious diseases in the country through research and innovation. Social issues, women and children. 53.3% of Nigeria's population is currently under the age of 15, and the current total number of children under the age of 5 stands at nearly 36 million. And each year, more than 7 million babies are born. Nigeria's women of childbearing age 15 to 49 years of age suffer disproportionately high level of health issues surrounding birth. And there are over 40 million women of childbearing age in our country. While the country represents about 2.8% of the world's population, it currently contributes more than 10% of global deaths for pregnant mothers. Each year, approximately 262,000 babies die at birth, the world's second highest national total. Infant mortality currently stands at 74 per 1,000 live births, while for under fives, it rises to 117 per 100 live births. More than half of our under five deaths, which is 64%, result from malaria, pneumonia, and diarrhea. Poor access to water, sanitation, and hygiene remains a major cause of diarrhea-related deaths. As of 2015, 57 million Nigerians were without access to improved water sources.
So, 5 more minutes. We have lots of questions coming in. I don't want the audience to
Okay.
not have their opportunity.
Yes, okay. Let me conclude quickly. In conclusion, my dear compatriots in the diaspora, we are indeed very proud of your achievements as global citizens. We are even more proud that you are playing your role in creating a better world and also serving as good ambassadors of our country. Let me assure you that when eventually the NPP is voted into power and I become president of Nigeria, we shall create an irresistible condition and make our country so attractive as a destination for businesses and career aspiration that majority of you will be attracted to better opportunities at home. Given your wealth of experience, good education, and achievements, we believe you will have better and more important roles to play at home under our administration. And for those that have made the host countries their home, we pledge to you today that our administration will work towards ensuring that Nigerians in diaspora are given the opportunity to exercise their civic responsibility and vote in all general elections. Before I conclude this brief paper, let me say that our incoming NNPP administration will honor all our international obligations related to climate action, trade and investment, fight against terrorism and violent extremism, drug and human trafficking, as well as honor all conventions and agreements that our country is signatory to. While thanking the UK government for the numerous support and assistance being extended to our country, both directly and through a number of development partners, while appreciating the good work that numerous UK businesses in Nigeria are doing to build our economy, our incoming administration will work deliberately to strengthen the Nigeria-UK relations post-Brexit, expand businesses opportunities, and create business climate that will make Nigeria a more attractive destination for investors. Finally, let me say this. Our country is yet at another crossroad. We are facing an election in which, for the first time in 20 years, President Buhari will not be a candidate. We are going into an election at a time when poverty is biting so hard and money-bagged politicians believe that they can take advantage of the very poverty they inflicted on the nation. But unfortunately, we are also going into this election when the election umpire, INEC, has successfully gotten the enactment of some of the far-reaching amendments targeted at improving the conduct of elections and preventing election rigging in Nigeria. My 30 years experience in politics has taught me that free, fair, and credible election requires so many inputs, so many commitments. But the commitment of the president in particular and that of the presidency in general is key. If the presidency wants free and fair election, it will happen. Thus, the burden of conducting free and fair elections, much as it depends on the performance of INEC, politicians, security agencies, and other stakeholders, it largely rests on the corridors of the presidency. While thanking the UK, the EU, the USA, and the other friends of Nigeria for their support in deepening democracy in our country, especially the support they are extending to INEC, I want to appeal to them, to the Nigerian president, to ensure that he leaves a legacy of free, fair, and credible election. Luckily for us, the outgoing president was a serial victim of election rigging and manipulation, and also the first beneficiary of free, fair, and credible election in 2015. We are also aware that some anti-democratic forces are scheming to hide behind the possibility of a second ballot in the presidential election as speculated by ANEC to derail our democracy. Let it be known that no contraption in whatever guise other than an elected government will be acceptable to Nigerians in 2023. We in the NNPP believe that we will win the election fair and square at the first ballot. We appeal to the president not to listen to any proposal that seeks to undermine the 2023 general elections. We also call on all well-meaning Nigerians, as well as international community, to be vigilant. I'm also calling on all Nigerians in diaspora to continue to appeal to the governments of their host countries to continue to support our country and ensure that credible elections are conducted. On this note, I will stop here and listen to your comments and questions. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, take a seat for a moment and we'll get some questions, and then you may want to go up to the podium again, because with the live stream, it's certainly a lot more effective if you respond to questions standing up. So who wants to ask a question? The lady there, first of all. I'm coming this way. Madam, there's a microphone just there for you. Do tell us who you are. Keep your question short.
Okay. My name is Mariam Garba. I'm coming from Newcastle, originally from Kano State. I have two questions. Perhaps go for one first. It's on education. So when it comes to education, Honorable Senator, you've mentioned the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria is quite high, going up to 20 million. On another perspective, the yearly affair for the ASU strike in Nigeria is also a concern. So how will the states and the federal government, if you are elected, get children back to school? And what is the proposal for the lasting solution to the ASU crisis?
Okay, thank you very much. If we have time, we come back for second question. The gentleman there with the cap on, I think I know who you support.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. My name is Umar Sheikh Umar from University of Brilliance. I would ask a question about patriotism, because patriotism is a key requirement for nation building. And arguably, most Nigerians at home or diaspora hardly say good things about Nigeria. This established a crack that the Western world used to say every shitty things about our country. In other words, Nigerians live in the country they don't believe in. Considering this sad reality, sir, how realizable is a new Nigeria?
Thank you very much. I'm going each row at the moment. So the lady there, your microphone. Don't worry, we've got time to come here. The front row is not going to be discriminated against neither. Please go ahead, madam.
My name is Hadiza Humba, and I live in Northampton. Your Excellency, sir, the incumbent president of Nigeria had the best chance and probably some of the best policies to break a record by turning Nigeria around. But there were hindrances and hidden forces, which is not an excuse. How do you intend to deal with these hidden forces? Also, the orientation, Nigerians are heartbroken. How do you intend to make them believe in the system? And again, the day you become the president of Nigeria, hopefully, will be the beginning of the end. What will be the legacy you want to leave? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll take one final question, the gentleman in the corner there. Yeah, you, sir, with the green jumper. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Duke Uputa. I am an independent political analyst and also a Chatham House member. Senator, given that your campaign strategy and promises are very similar to that of Labour Party in many ways, and your main objective is to stop the extraction by the two major establishment parties, is there any circumstances in which you will step aside and cooperate with Labour in order to remove the current extraction in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Senator, you may want to go to the podium and stand up and respond to those questions.
Thank you.
The final question you received, we did get several of those virtually also. So just a number of people thinking same thing.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the first question from Mariam Garba from Newcastle. You see, for those who are familiar with our antecedents, definitely will have no option other than to believe that we took education very seriously when we had an opportunity. And I want to tell you that in 4 years in Kano, we took over 3,000 young men and women to 14 countries across the world. In fact, when I came here, I met some marine engineers who I think are here with us. So, is there anybody? Yeah, they are here. They are part of over 3,000 that we sent out of the country to 14 countries in 4 years. And that's in addition to the universities that we established, 2 universities in Kano. And I am happy to say that in our country, we have a lot of resources, a lot of money. Anybody who says all these things we are saying are not possible, maybe he is part of the scam or he doesn't understand. We have enough resources, we have enough manpower, we have everything that we require to ensure that each child in Nigeria goes to school. And we have done it when I had an opportunity to go to be the governor of Kano State. Now the 20 million are there. That's why we intend to do 500,000 classrooms in 4 years. We will mop up all the resources that are necessary for doing that. And so that at the end of the day, by the grace of God, our children will go back to school. We have done it in Kano. All our children were given opportunity by building thousands of classrooms in primary schools, hundreds of secondary schools, 2 universities, 26 other institutes in just 4 years. And we believe it's possible. And that's our pledge to our countrymen and women. So the other question on patriotism, you see, some of the issues that we have is that, unfortunately, our leaders were not able to bring everybody on board. We are not able really to convince people that there is good leadership and people are benefiting. Now, one small example I want to make is contrary to the issue of patriotism as far as the country is concerned, I can assure you the young men and women who benefited in Kano for the uh, 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 4 years or 8 years I was governor are very patriotic to the state, to the country, and even to our movement, very much committed to that. So that means if we have good leadership, that can bring everybody together. I have no doubt in my mind that Nigerians will be patriotic, and in fact, more patriotic than many countries that you see today and think they are patriotic. So we will provide the leadership necessary for everybody to be carried along and ensure that everybody is committed to the project and Nigeria. I think the issue of hindrances of our sitting president, yes, I believe there are so many hindrances and they are not different from other expectations or our expectations really. But I want to say that leadership requires a lot of capacity. It requires a lot of experience, people with a lot of education, if you like, and all what it takes really to be the president of the country. So I believe that with our party in power, going by our antecedents, going by my personal experiences, I have been in this game for 30 years now, and I have been in this country for about 10 years. I visited so many other countries as Minister of Defense, as House of Reps, Deputy Speaker, a Constitutional Conference member, and a Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and member of the NDDC representing Northwest, and of course, advisor to President on Darfur and Somalia during those crises. So we know that there will always be challenge to presidents and even to a councillor. And how you handle it determines the type of person you are. We believe that we are going to do the right thing and the support of Nigerians. I have no doubt in my mind that all those issues that are enumerated and many more that were not being mentioned would be resolved so that we can have a very new Nigeria for all of us. My legacy, one, we want to unite the country. We want to have one solid country that everybody is given the opportunity, not based on his religion or his ethnicity, but based on the content of his character. And that's what we have done in Kano. That's why everybody, even the biggest enemy, believes that we are very strong in Kano, we are very strong in northern Nigeria today in terms of support, because these are the people who actually know us, know what we stand for, know our capacity, and that's why we are so happy today that what we have sown over the years, I mean, this is the time to repeat. So the issue of legacy, we want to have a united Nigeria, a Nigeria that will not go through all this issue of insecurity, the issue of economy, the issue of education, and so on and so forth, especially the issue of ASU that was being mentioned now. ASU and NNPP, we are on the same page. We are working in direction. In fact, I'm happy to say that when I was governor in Kano, there was a time ASU was going on strike, but Kano branch had to take permission not to join them because they believe that we are doing the right thing. And that right thing will continue when we have the opportunity to bring everybody on board so that, as I mentioned in my speech, we don't have to have or witness ASU or other unions going on unnecessary strike. The issue of labor, you see, that's the problem we have. The gentleman who stood up there, I'm sure he comes from a particular group or a region without even asking him, just because you saw, if you have a party which is based on ethnicity and religion, that's the difference between Labour Party and, of course, our party, which is a national party, New Nigeria People's Party. Now, we want, please, you see, while we are accusing leaders of being one thing or the other negative, I think the followers also must learn how to be Nigerians, not coming from one part of the country. Let me say that I was one of those initially wanting to work together with Labour Party. But unfortunately, at that time, Labour Party was under very serious media hype, and therefore they could not see reason. And you still not see reason that I will withdraw. I wish you didn't go to that extent. You would have said that to work with Labour or to work with APC or PDP. That would have been more responsible. But you cannot come to London. Maybe people who are here don't even know what is happening. And I want to say that our party, NNPP, is the only growing party in Nigeria today. We have seen the maximum any party, especially the party you mentioned, Labour, to us is like Andrew's Labour salt. Just came, now it's coming down. That's the reality. Just take note of it. And of course, NNPP, our party, is the only party that is now getting support. Forget about big people who are the actual problem of our country. But supporters at grassroots level, we are the only party today. And mark you, we have succeeded in locking Northern Nigeria today in terms of votes, in terms of support. Now we are working in the southern part of the country. And for us, the difference between North and South is that North know us more than southern part of the country. If you are from the North, I'm sure you wouldn't have made that statement for Kwankwaso to withdraw for Labour Party. You should go and look at my credentials, my brother. I am a PhD holder in civil engineering, and check your candidate, what he has. I have been in the system for over 30 years now. I have been a civil servant for 17 years. I wasn't a trader, civil servant for 17 years. I was Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps in 1992. I was in the Constitutional Conference elected delegate. I was governor of Kano State for 8 years, and so on and so. I was in the Senate, and so on and so forth. So when we sat down, what I told them is what I will tell you.
Okay.
If anybody wants to Kwankwaso to withdraw, let's bring criteria and select the best. Anytime I have any better candidate, I'm ready to talk to him. Thank you very much.
Let's take another round of questions. We've still got about 20 minutes. So, okay, all right. Right at the front row, you go. There you go.
Good afternoon.
Do tell us who you are. Short question, please.
Mike Abiola is my name, publisher, editor-in-chief, African Voice Newspapers, UK. Senator Kwankwaso, thank you for a very detailed presentation. Let me start by saying your other leading candidates also have brilliant ideas in their manifesto. And we do know that politicians have weaponized poverty in our country. And the prediction is that those with the deepest pockets will win the election. Having said that, I recognize the fact that your party is hoping to build a new Nigeria. And the question to ask, of the four leading candidates, the issue here is trust. The issue is character. You must have had issues like people mopping up PVCs in opposition's stronghold. You would have also been aware of videos circulating on the internet. We have the Article Gate, we have allegation of some others into narcotics and all that. So the issue is character. If you are the receiving end of these allegations, or well, to be seen to be one of those who are peddling and also involved in what it's now known as Article Gate, what would you do? And what would be your advice to your competitors who are involved?
Thank you very much. I'm going to we have quite a few questions coming in through the live stream through Zoom. One of them is from Chidi Nwoonu, who is saying, as a former Minister of Defense, can you expand on the current problems in the military as you see it and your plans to recruit, train, equip, and sustain new army voices? The question on the armed forces of Nigeria. That's a question. The question is, can you expand on how are you going to reform the military, given your experience formerly as Minister of Defense? And we've been in this row, so this row, and then so the gentleman there, yes, you, sir, yeah, with the green scarf, microphone coming.
Thank you. Your Excellency, my name is Dr. Muhammad, and I enjoy your detailed explanation. But sir, like most of the other candidates, you have had opportunity. And I as well like your blueprint and theirs, because I have listened to most of them here. I'm a member of Chatham House. I would like to go by your track record, and not only you, as well them, and as well advising them and their supporters. Let's be looking at your previous record and legacy, because it's there in public. Like yourself, you have been governor for 8 years. My question here is, as a young person, sir, can you elaborate based on legacy what you did to young people and what you intend to do? I want you to link it with your legacy, because we need to know what you did so that we may have more confidence on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And okay, the lady right at the back there, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Priscilla Winkbo, independent broadcaster. So I haven't listened to you. You made mention of the various things that you intend to do. One of the areas was the economic revamping. And in your manifesto, you speak of that being in 3 parts: the ERP, economic stimulation, and you also speak about job creation and so on. And my question to you is this. Given that Nigerians are renowned for setting up businesses, small business owners, and creating so much within that space, what are your plans to work with the African Free Trade Agreement to be able to expand opportunities for Nigerians, because that's a 1.2 billion market, and Nigerians as small business owners could benefit a great deal. We would like to know, sir, what you will do to help them, not only financially, because we know that our financial sector is terrible for business owners. Banks, the loans that are provided are terrible. So please, can you expand on that, what you will do for business owners in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator, there's plenty on your plate there. The way I'm looking at the clock, we'll have probably one more round after this. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Me?
Please, go
okay,
ahead.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much. Mike, let me thank you for mentioning this issue of money, deep pockets. I believe that 2023 election is going to be slightly different, in the sense that everybody is suffering. Everybody has seen the consequences of collecting money. That is on one hand. On the other hand, these people with deep pockets have made people so poor, to the extent that even good food, hot milk, is enough to make them crazy. That's the Talakawas, the poor people. But I have gone around the country. I have only one state now to visit in the south. Otherwise, some I went there 3, 4, 5 times by road, going towards local governments and so on. So I believe that people, the masses of Nigeria, are very committed. Our fear now is more of INEC and other stakeholders because we have seen what happened in the past. And most of these issues are centered around the villa and the president, not necessarily this president, the ones before inclusive. And as long as the center, the leadership in Abuja will convince themselves to allow the people to go and vote, I have no doubt in my mind we are going to have free, fair, and credible election. And for me, I have not seen any reason why General Buhari will not allow that to happen, because probably it's one of the only or few legacies that he will leave behind. He has been the biggest beneficiary. When we were promoting him in 2015, we were in opposition. Many things happened, and he became president, despite the fact that he had experience on the other side when he had issues with the stakeholders in conducting election. So we believe that this election is going to be different. And I believe that we'll continue to talk to the people. And the issue of character and trust is very important. And that is our strength. I have been a civil servant for 17 years before joining politics, now 30 years. And I'm happy. I'm still standing here talking to you. And I think that's the best anybody can think of doing. That's the best anywhere, even in this country. To stand in the field for almost how many decades now? If you like 3 or 5 decades, and you are still your integrity is still solid. And I am not sure if there is anybody who can stand up among the leading candidates, or even all the candidates, and say the same. If you say you'll fight corruption, or you'll fight drugs, you'll fight this, you'll fight that, you can't give what you don't have. And people can come and say whatever here for either local or international audience. But the fact remains, our records are there. And if you don't know, I don't know whether in politics, but anybody in politics will tell you that if you don't know what your grandmother has done before you are born, join politics. They will tell you what she has done. So we are so happy about that. The wanting, I'm so happy I'm not being found wanting. So far, so good. And we have seen the advantage of that. We can only do better in the future. Even those who found themselves in the trap in terms of corruption, in terms of drugs, in terms of all sorts of things, probably given the chance again, they will do it differently. But I'm so happy that right from those days, we stood on the right, on the side of the truth. So I have not been found wanting. This question should go to those who are found wanting to answer. The issue of military, the issue of security, I think that's my biggest strength. I have been the Minister of Defense and advisor to President on Darfur and Somalia for 4 years during Obasanjo regime. And during that time, we are not even talking of Nigeria. We are talking of what was happening in other parts of Africa because we are concerned. And that's why our military were in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in Darfur. I visited them many times. I had discussions with the leaders in those countries. The confidence that they had in Nigerian military was unbelievable. And so also in Nigeria, these are people who are well committed, professionals, well feared by the opponents or enemies. And these are the military that we are talking of bringing back. Now we don't even know. I don't know. I belong to the expanded family of military. I don't know what is happening in Nigeria now. But all I know is everything will revolve around what we call political will. If there is no political will, nothing will work. And I think that's what is affecting our young men and women in the military today. So, as former Minister of Defense, Chief Security Officer in Kano, I was in the NDDC. In fact, I left NDDC because of corruption. So many things were happening. I told the president that time he was not happy. Later, he realized NDDC was in a mess. And unless something is done, they will continue to do so. And in Nigeria, we have to have the reward system and even punishment system. Now everything goes now. If you take, nobody will call you. In Kano, when I was in government, nobody, I can tell you, will go out there and touch 1 naira. And that's why for 8 years I was governor. I'm so happy that for those 8 years, we did not borrow 1 kobo, 1 naira, we did not borrow. All what I did in Kano was done with the state resources. And that's why some people wonder here, I will do 500,000 classrooms, see where I will get the money. Don't forget, right as we are sitting or standing here, instead of 2.2 million barrels of oil, we are producing just 1 million, 1.2, 1.1. Where are the remaining? Stolen by some people. Where are the people? Who are the people? And that's why we have to stop that. The fighting in south, northwest, even in northeast, is mainly because of mineral resources. People are stealing it from Nigeria and from outside Nigeria. You will only see helicopters picking gold and other resources. That got to stop. All these assets must be taken over by government and be utilized for all of us. And that is what we stand for in Nigeria. So the young men and women, I can assure you, and I'm sure you know it, the gentleman who asked that question, I'm sure he knows, because our biggest support is from the young men and women. In Kano, we took education seriously. 2 years before I left government, there was nobody in Kano who had university qualification that did not go to university. In fact, our universities, 2 universities, I don't want to use we established. We're not even getting students from Kano. And our agenda, unlike what people are insinuating here, was Kano residents, not Kano indigenous. There are so many people who benefited from southeast, southwest, south. When I went southeast now, I brought so many people, Igbo, who don't even speak Hausa, but they are all over the world under our scholarship. Because your home is where you live, is not where you necessarily born. And I am happy to say I started politics from being Deputy Speaker House of Reps in 1992. I was not a local government chairman. I was not a champion. I was at national level. I was not even minority or majority leader. Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, who was a presiding officer of that house. So that's how I started. And along the line, I had all opportunities to be everywhere in the country. And what is important for everybody to learn, including my colleagues, the candidates, is you should try at any given position to be upright. You shouldn't not be found wanting. And once you are found wanting in countries where they have shame, you don't even come out. You don't mention. So, and you see, politics is not all about making noise. Yes, you are a governor. You have a governor in the corner of a country. That's fine. We have been in the center for many years. Even if I'm not contesting, we want to know that person and say, yes, this is the person that believes in what we believe. Now there are many question marks on some candidates, whether they believe in the country or they believe in seceding from the country. And these are issues in the debates that must come out, and people must come and assure people that this is where they belong. So finally, the lady asked about the economic revamping, helping businessmen and women. This is very critical. You see, in all the countries, you find government subsidizing and supporting people's businesses and so on and so forth, in terms of education, in terms of training and retraining in their respective areas, and of course, in providing capital at a minimum interest, minimum. It's not like where we have in Nigeria 30% to whatever percent. That's not acceptable. So we have to do whatever it takes. to support our young men and women. And that's exactly what we did in Kano. We established 26 institutes in just 4 years. And one of them is to train this entrepreneurship, to train them, to give them support. That was why part of the institutes we had was the Institute of those who handle those who found themselves in drugs. We take them there after 3 months. We arrange for them to continue their education or train them in carpentry or welding or whatever they want to do. And then government was rich enough to give them capital even free of charge. We have done that many times and so on and so forth. So our policy is centered on the Nigerians themselves. And I want to underline the fact that ours in the NNPP is not based on ethnicity, it's not based on religion, it's not based in the north and south, even though our strength is in the north, simply because they know us. In the south, to me, I like living in two countries. Many of the things that we have done in the north, you go to the south, people know close to nothing, and vice versa. And what our duty now is to tell them who we are. And that's why we are working very hard. That's why anytime we have an opportunity to go for debate or a town hall meeting, we go. But you know, many of them are running away. The last one was cancelled just a day before we left by channels and BBC. They aborted it because they don't have anything to say. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid that we have been defeated by the clock. We are over 10 minutes over. The full speech of Senator Kwankwaso will put up on the Chatham House website because he wasn't able to complete the whole presentation. So please just keep an eye on our website. My apologies also for those of you who are online that we haven't taken more of your questions. There were many of them. What I will do is pass on the questions to the Senator's team so that they know what you are asking. I think that's the most appropriate way, so they know the issues that you are concerned with. And finally, I just want to thank you, Senator, for coming here to Chatham House. Good luck with the elections, and we hope to see you back soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. The microphone's off now. So.
Dr. Damages, you are muted.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We just listened to Rabiu Kwankwaso speak at Chatham House. We want to hear what you think about his speech. If you want to join us, click on the link and turn on your camera so we bring you on. It's been quite interesting speech. All right, Omorio, let me start with you. How are you doing?
Fine, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, my fellow panelists.
Yeah.
Greetings to our esteemed audience across the globe. Without them, we cannot be here, or else it will be tantamount to insanity. We talk to ourselves and nobody is listening. Having said that, thank you, doctor, for your good job. I joined the speech midway. I wouldn't know for how long he has spoken. But I want to say one thing. It's good to go to Chatham House. I've never hidden my bitterness or people refusing to talk to Nigerians. We're supposed to be having intellectual engagement right now in Nigeria. Going to Chatham House is politically strategic for them. But I see it as an extension of him and slavery. This should be happening in Lagos, Abuja, or Kano, or somewhere. Intellectual engagement. Cross fertilization of ideas. Telling Nigerians what you want. Nigeria having opportunity to ask questions. A lot of people cannot afford the internet. They cannot even have access to what we have right now. It's a privilege that we are here. This should have been done in Nigeria, not in the UK. But other people feel otherwise. They feel Chatham House is, I see it as a extension of colonialism. Other than that, the politicians will campaign in poetry and they will govern in prose, according to one author. They will tell you whatever. They are sweet talkers. They have solutions to every problem in theory. In reality, it has never been like that. But by and large, it's part of the beauty of democracy, But one thing I can tell from this election is going to be different from what we have been having. Nigerians are, I'm happy. This is one thing I'm happy about. Whoever wins, Nigerians are, gradually waking up from that political slumber. The level of political consciousness has been taken to a different level, and we must not allow it to diminish any bit. You can see the fight between the two most notorious political criminals in Nigeria. So that expose alone, no matter the level of illiteracy in Nigeria, at least they are talking to people, they are exposing themselves, people are hearing them. So I see a different ball game this time around. Not the usual either PDP or APC. They will soon go into the political oblivion. Whoever that wins, apart from Atiku and Tinubu, which I see as, I call them the most notorious criminals, in the history of, in the annals of political history in Nigeria. So, whoever that wins, I will be happy. But I'm not happy that what is happening in Chatham is not happening in Nigeria. That is my only grudge against this whole thing. I'm not happy. I don't belong to the group that feel going to Chatham is strategic for political discourse in Nigeria. To me, it's a no-no. Whatever they say in Chatham House stays in Chatham House. The one Buhari went to Chatham House, it was, it was beautiful. It was palatable. It was, everybody embraced it. At the end of the day, has that translated into food on the table of Nigerians? No. Has that translated into security in Nigeria? No. Has that translated into employment in Nigeria? Of course, no. So I'm not carried away by what they are saying. It's just a mere political gimmick. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Amori. Eddie, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. By the way, I left a comment on one of your video you posted this morning about Peter Obi on Sky News. I think that video you posted, it was typical Dr. Damages, that video before the Chatham House stuff. So if you look at the comment, you see a bit there. I posted a link on Sky News, but I'll put it on private chat. I think I have the video here.
Okay.
So we talk about trying to see which of them the foreign news talked about or whatever. So eventually we saw Sky News 19 hours ago posted something about Peter Obi.
Yeah, I have that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. It was an assignment you gave us, remember?
Yeah. Thank you.
So, Mr. Murray, I feel you deep. I mean, you've been somebody who believes in Nigeria. I also do. I will not dwell again on the reasoning behind the Charter House. I think at some point, I think this was analyzed 2 days ago. We gotta realize where we are. um, like Peter Obi, we analyze what Vietnam is producing. We are not even producing 1/10 of that, aside of oil. The country has barely had any influence anywhere. Most of our achievement internationally, aside from our army going to bulldoze people in those days, which they don't have that reputation anymore because of disorganization and bad leadership, most of the thing Nigerians have achieved is based on individualism. As individuals, Nigerians are wonderful people. When I first lived in Australia, I was the only black guy working, in a whole, almost a whole company of ICT, and I was at, the core of the network there. So Nigerians can be exceptional as individuals. So I don't want to dwell. This is where we are today. Let's see how we use what has happened and what is happening to move forward. Talking about making this available in Nigeria. Arise News organized town hall. Channels has organized town hall. Some of them still refuse to show up. And talking about internet, Channels New is just like I watch it on Dr. Damage's link. Channel is broadcasting this live even on the TV. So even if you don't have internet, Nigerians can still see on locally. So at the end of the day, at some point, we needed a platform to at least hear these people out on a platonic ground in a place where they all respect, and then we can assess them. And that is what is happening right now. So back to Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is a fine gentleman, cerebral, has very good record. And I've spoken well today, as we can see, well read, but again, let's put the three of them side by side. I think Baba Mikano has refused to show up. I don't know why. I mean, at least in Nigeria, he showed up where Black Blue refused to show up. So I wouldn't condemn him for. Maybe it's because of what people like Mr. Murray is analyzing that is making him to say, "Hey, heck, I'm going to talk to my people." So I'm not going to count this against Atiku for not coming to a foreign platform to display. But for those who have come, especially the first one, at least we have a platform to check him out, to have an opportunity to ask him direct questions. None of Tinubu's presentation in Nigeria, which he has organized, have any room for any questioning, unstructured questioning anywhere until Chatham House, when they pen him to a corner. And what did he do? He did physics, angle of incidence and reflection. He deflected everything away to this and that can answer and all those blah blah. Even his date of birth, he struggled to give it by heart. So we are seeing them, and anyhow, this Chatham House, I like it like that. That's not to say that I don't understand the other factors or the fundamental issues that comes with it, but it is what it is at this time. I have seen Kwankwaso today. I think Peter Gregory Ekute Obi, for me, has encompassed what I am looking for. I see a Peter who went to Chatham House on Monday or so to go and chatter the remaining doubt about his cognitive abilities, his attitudinal disposure, his openness, and every other thing you may look for. Almost a faultless, presentation. And this Chatham House allowed me to see it clear. and my mind is made up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Rohan, you're next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you very much, co-panelist. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to hear my view. The presentation of our presidential candidates, I think it's perhaps born out of the presentation President Muhammadu Buhari did and eventually became the president. So it's like they felt that if they're able to attend the Chatham House and make some brief presentation, it will give you an opportunity to become the president. So everybody started trooping there. Anyway, it's quite good. It gives more wider coverage to those that cannot have access to them in some other platform. That's quite good. But the way I see the Chatham House itself is just like an institute that deals more on international affair politics. So you go and talk to them. I think that's not, it's not going to give you, it's not a yardstick that will engage both you as a presidential candidate and the policy makers of the international community like the US and UK. But engaging with the government, policy makers themselves, I think it's more pronounced for any presidential candidate. When you engage with them, you dialogue with them, at least you are close to actualizing what you actually intend to execute or what the world leaders might want to see if you are successful, if you are being elected as a president. Let me come to the presentation made by Kwankwaso. I actually jumped in the later hours, but all of the presidential candidates, they've done fairly well. The only thing I just wish them is the very best of luck. I would like to rest my case for now. Thank you.
Diplomatic every time, Rohan. Good job. Black
You taught me so.
Black
Rohan, at some point, I have one question for you. I've been looking for you, Rohan.
Okay. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yes, it's personal.
Okay.
But I'll ask it here. It's not very, yeah.
Okay, Black Amon, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Damages. Hello, everybody in the house. I just watched Senator Kwankwaso, his speech this morning. Like, I like what he has for Nigerians, but then when he was asked about his goals and that of Labour Party seems alike, is there a possibility of him working with the Labour Party? And I don't know if he understood the question in a different way. The person who asked the question never said, step down for Labour Party. He said, is there a possibility of you working together with them? But his response seems to me like these northern politicians, they just feel like other people from the south are like, we are here because we don't deserve it, but we feel like it's our time. It's not like that. The article sounds the same, Kwankwaso sounds the same. I've never seen a credible one of them from the north who comes to us with, let's put this nation together. Since the Civil War, they were the one preaching the one Nigeria. The other part of the country wanted to go because we never feel like we belong. But now, here we are. We want to work with them. But they are the same one bringing this tribal politics. I feel like it's going to be like another Buhari. He's not going to be accountable to the people. He's going to be, I gave money for this, I gave money for that, but I never see that this money went to where it was supposed to go. So I don't think Kwankwaso is the person we need. It sounds good. He sounds like he was going to do it. So was Buhari in 2015. They say, oh, his record from the military was discipline. Not he was against corruption and all those stuff. Kwankwaso sounds the same to me.
All right. Thank you, Black Ammo. Mr. Scribe.
Hey, I was in and out watching it, but overall, like he sounded it sounded, very, very scripted. There's no doubt that he has a track record. He can do what he said he can do, but overall, like the taste of the cake is in the when you actually taste it. Like, it's not by the smell. So, well, we see what the elections will bring. I wish he was given enough time to finish his speech, because I think I remember at some point they cut the guy off and he had to jump his speech. But interesting to see all these guys going to Chatham House, giving their opinions. Yeah, this is the design we have in Nigeria. So what can we do?
All right. It looks like nobody wants to. This is okay. Let me not say anything. Let me hear everybody. Ofakaja, welcome to the show. Ofakaja, welcome to the show. All right. I don't know if he wants to speak, but let me go to Justina. Justina, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Justina.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Okay, yeah, okay. Justina, hold on. Okay, let's hear Ofakaja. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages, and good afternoon, discussants.
Nice to have you, sir.
Yes. I'm enjoying your discussion.
Okay.
And I wonder whether anyone shares my view that Kwankwaso appears to have no answer to any of the questions posed to him. He appeared to have set answers, set stories he wanted to tell, and whatever question you asked him, he would just go on and tell his story. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way I felt.
Okay, that's legitimate. That's what we are going to get into, how people feel about particular questions, because I wanted to get a general view of what people think, but it looks like everybody's playing diplomatic, like Rohan. But we'll get to specific questions and what people think. Justina, what do you think? I'll meet yourself, Justina.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, Johnny from Italy. Good afternoon, everybody.
Nice to have you.
I listened to the conversation of Kwankwaso, and to me, he did not even go to all the questions as they asked him. All he was saying is about him and him and him and him and him. And secondly, he was trying to tarnish the image of Peter Obi by saying that he has a PhD holder. Are we talking of PhD holder? We are talking of character and capacity. We are not talking of education. You can be educated, but you don't have character. You can be educated, but you don't have capacity to rule that country. And I believe that Obi is the best among all of them. That is my take.
All right. Thank you, Justina. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay, so can you give us your take quickly? Then we go to specifics.
Okay. Yeah, I watched his presentation throughout. And the one thing that actually caught my attention very much when the guy asked him about if he has to probably collapse his campaign. I think he really felt so angry in his answer, and then was like telling everybody that he actually expressed his anger, and like was like he felt so bad about that question, and like being downgraded, that how can he, with his own position, his standard and everything, can he go down that too low to partner with Peter Obi or Labour Party, and also one other thing I also find quite not difficult to understand is that when he says that he's going to increase the police force to 5 million, the military to 1 million, so but he couldn't give how he's going to fund that project, how he's going to be able to pay 5 million police, 1 million military personnel. How he was going to carry out his fund his policies, and how he's going to get money to carry out his plan and his policies. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so let me go around just quickly. Just tell me, we have listened to Tinubu, Obi, and Kwankwaso now. If you're going to arrange them 1, 2, 3, how do you arrange them? Let me start with you, Amori. 1, 2, in terms of the quality of the presentation or the content of the speech or the answers, everything together.
Yeah, like I always say, yeah, or be in the midst of these criminals is like Jesus among the 2 armed robbers in the Bible. When you put Obi at the middle, you put Tinubu on one side and Atiku on the other side, it makes Obi looks like an angel. Although he's not, we're not looking for an angel. Nobody should crucify me for blasphemy. I'm not trying to be blasphemous here. If you put Obi down, you put Atiku on his right, the other Tinubu on his left, it's like Jesus Christ in the midst of Barabbas and the other criminal. So, having said that, I can, you see, it is our problem going to Chatham. I mean, I'm not. I'm not okay with it. I will continue to say that.
Amori,
Which year will you see America? I'm looking for the year to see America going to Chatham House to talk to them in Britain, instead of talking to Americans.
Amori, we know, but we are moving on because it has happened. There's something we can do, and we are just trying to make the best of the situation now, which is
Obi stands out, when it comes to, he's bringing something new to Nigeria, into the Nigerian political space. Like I said earlier in my submission, it's not going to be business as usual. They are aware, they are feeling the heat. And the guy has to be very careful, and people should do everything really possible to protect him. And he's coming into a political environment where those have been holding Nigeria down. Somebody asking the question?
No.
Somebody talking on the background?
Yeah, I'm trying to meet everybody.
So they will do everything really possible to hold on to. It's like trying to take that honey and sugar away from their mouth. They will do everything possible to remain relevant. But Nigerians should not give them opportunity. I like the fight between Atiku and Tinubu on one hand. And at the end of the day, Nigerians will be the beneficiaries out of this whole saga. As per the Chatham House discussion, I don't follow them, I don't listen to them. I'm waiting for them in Nigeria. I want to see that intellectual discourse, robust engagement among the aspirants and with Nigerians. That would serve me a greater interest. But since that is just my opinion, I cannot stop it. The delivery from Obi for now has no rival compared to Tinubu. The other Tinubu was a completion of shame. We had a discussion here before he went. I knew he was going to mess up, and he did. He did not disappoint me at all. I knew he was going to mess up. He has nothing to offer. So he went up with a gang of his fellow criminals, telling the Erufai to answer questions as per security in Nigeria when Kaduna has been on fire. I mean, it's foolery to me. So far so good. Obi has no rival. I look up to a day where we can gather money together for Showore to go there so that Showore is a game changer. If Showore goes there, he will be on top. Thank you very much.
Okay, Showore is coming here on Sunday, so you can have opportunity to ask him.
Yeah, we should also encourage you to go to Chatham House if that is the latest development.
All right.
Because it's going to give you the way it is without compromise.
All right, thank you, Amori. And welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning,
everyone.
Yeah. So we're looking at what's your opinion of Kwankwaso's performance?
To be honest with you, I didn't watch everything, but the little that I watched, it was very disappointing for me, but I think the reason why I kind of popped myself into the studio is I don't understand why all of us on this panel, we are outside Nigeria. But then...
So there's someone who is not outside, who is in Nigeria.
Okay, even...
Ofokaja is in Nigeria.
Yeah, okay. But even Ofokaja, his statement was really fair. But it's for me, it's heartbreaking that I still see some of us coming here and really don't want to tell the truth. It's so disappointing because for me, I don't know who Obi is. I've never met him, but I think the truth is the truth. I feel like Nigeria has suffered so much. All the bloodshed that they have spilled in Nigeria. And for people, if you've been in the Senate for so long and you have not been able to at least stand up and tell the truth and say that this thing is not right, this thing is not right, then you come to Chatham House now and you're telling me you've been in the Senate for 12 years. But you've been in Senate for 12 years doing what, though? Because I feel like if I'm working with somebody and the person is not doing right, I can stand up and tell that individual what they're doing is not right. All it will cost me is to lose my job. It's not going to cost me my life. But even if it costs me my life, I will know that I have spoken the truth. So I don't think liking somebody personally or feeling that if somebody gets this job, then they will hire me, will make me to sit down and support rubbish at this point with all the things that is happening in Nigeria. I personally, I've been in this country since 1984. And even though I go to Nigeria regularly, but I feel like I really want to go back home. So it's affecting me what they are doing over there. I do not appreciate that we come in here, we will see the truth, and we pretend like we didn't say the truth. And we keep on talking the same thing over and over and over. I think at this point, if you guys will allow me, is that in each of our individuality and uniqueness, let's pray for the right person to get there, and then we will take our experience that we have all acquired, whether we're in Italy, we're in UK, we're in Germany, wherever we are, and we take it back home if we want to. I'm not forcing anybody to come back home. But it's really so saddening for me, to be honest with you. When I look at people in this platform, sometimes we keep on saying one thing over and over and then supporting rubbish, especially for all the people that have died in Nigeria. If we are not going to tell the truth, we'll have to tell the truth because of all the people that have lost their lives in Nigeria. We need to tell that truth.
All right.
That's just all I have to say.
Thank you, Nne. Sydney, welcome to the show. Sydney, we can't hear you. All right. Sydney.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good evening, everyone, and thanks, Dr. Damages. I just came in to be part of the discussion today, and yeah, I've heard what our dear sister Nne says, but I think everyone is, and the program is supposed to open us to the diversity of Nigeria and everybody's different persuasions and ability to listen to each one of us. I think it's something that Nigeria needs to do more often, and such platforms are opening those considerations so that we can really see how Nigerians are thinking from different perspectives. And I'm looking at that, and also with regards to the question of the Chatham House parade, I would say, of all the various gladiators, I think it's a no-brainer who is on top of the issues, who understands what is happening
I mean, even from the analytics, you can see that Peter Obi's presentation was on top. Even if you look at the analysis from different TV stations, they knew that he set the marker. So then you can say the next person should be Kwankwaso, and Tinubu is on the other side, because you can see very clearly that Tinubu could not match the intensity. He sat down throughout in his question time. He was distributing his questions, which was a strategy to avoid him saying anything that will become another skit for Nigerians. So it was a tactical move to preserve him from looking like incompetent on a global stage. And I know a lot of people say, why Chatham House? Yes, we want to have them speak to us Nigerians and all that, but we must understand that Nigeria is not in an isolated environment. We have to deal with the international community. And also every president, even the Joe Biden, has also been to Chatham House. So let's not, the way sometimes we promote is as if, no, we cannot do that. Most people here overseas, if you want to be very nationalistic, then you stay in Nigeria. But most of us have come out so that we can also expand our horizon. So I think in terms of grading them, you put Peter Obi on top, Kwankwaso next, and Tinubu. However, they still have a lot of things to work on. Even with how Obi was, I still feel that there were areas where is his strength in terms of how he communicates, and areas where he needs to really start working out in terms of if he becomes president of the nation, because then the person will be required to go to United Nations, the person will be required to go to different environments and still become a Nigerian president. But if we look at the nitty-gritty of today with Kwankwaso, I think it's just the general thing. He spoke like a typical politician, no real depth to the things he was presenting. He just very, very vague and generalistic. And also, when the question of will he want to step down, he took it a bit, it touched some of his nerve, and he was not really happy about it. But he knew that he's in an international space, and so he needs to coordinate how he's communicating, because in an international space, you are ready, you should be able to receive all answers. Because if you see the first question that was given to Obi was a very touchy question on IPOB, but the way Obi took that question, handled it, and made a presentation was simply brilliant. So we have to know how they are handling things. It gives us, so with a Tinubu presidency, it means that he will shut out media, he will shut out who does not want him, and then he's not going to be talking to us. So that is what you will experience. In a Obi presidency, he will be more engaging. You will see him, he will respond to people, whether you like it or not, but at least he will respond. With a Kwankwaso, is that in between. He would work with what he knows, gives you what he wants to give you, and it won't be very media friendly. So those are the things I picked from the round out for these three guys.
All right, thank you, Sydney. Fakaja, let me come to you because you're in Nigeria, and I wanted you to, if you can weigh in on this, what Sydney touched on now, his answer to that question about stepping down, sort of for or joining Obi, and he mentioned something, and this is not the first time he has mentioned that. He said something like, "People must come and assure people whether they want to secede from the country." There was an appearance after Obasanjo endorsed P2B. When he was reacting to that endorsement, he said something very similar. I want to know what you think about that. If there is something that he's getting to that we don't, most people don't understand or didn't get. So let me see if I can find that video quickly. I didn't plan to play it, but no, I don't think I have it easily. So can you respond to tell us, if you understand what he's trying to say there? Hold on, let me make sure you're muted. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for giving me an opportunity. I have a very peculiar opinion about people like Kwankwaso. These are fellows who believe that they have a divine right to rule Nigeria. And they don't ever imagine that a ruler can emerge out of Nigeria if he is not a Fulani. That was the reason why he said it was infradig to ask him to be vice running mate to P2B, and that the only logical thing is that P2B should be a running mate to him. And he's carried on that way, and that is the hubris with which he came to this Chatham House debate, what they call debate today. So my opinion is that he remains the proud Northerner. I envy them because they have their right to brag the way they do, because Nigeria is configured in such a way that they have the majority, they have the numerical strength, so they can afford to talk the way they do. I envy them. I'm not angry with them. I envy them. So Kwankwaso has every right to speak the way he does, even at Chatham House.
But is there any issue of where Obi, if he's referring to Obi, where Obi stands with the issue of seceding from Nigeria? Has Obi been pro secession?
No, Obi had never been pro secession, and my reading of political debates in this climate in Nigeria is that people twist the argument the way they want and not necessarily the objective way. Obi had consistently said that agitation cannot be banished. That the proper thing is that those who consider themselves in power should be magnanimous enough to dialogue with those who are agitating. This is what he had always said. He had never said that agitation is a good thing per se, but then he says that agitation comes out of a feeling of marginalization, a feeling of injustice, and that the only remedy when there is agitation is for those who consider themselves in power to listen to the agitators, find out what the agitation is all about, and deal with it, instead of bringing out the sledgehammer and holding everybody down.
Okay. All right, Sydney. No. Let me go to somebody else. I will come back to you. Abby, I don't want to pick on Obi and Kwankwaso, but why is it that in this age and time they could not just read out of a teleprompter so that they could look at people, at least appear as if they are looking at people? Why are they, and why didn't they practice? I mean, and especially Kwankwaso, why didn't he know this speech is going to be for 30 minutes or you have 45 minutes? Practice the speech, and so that you don't come there and start reading something and they will stop you midway and you have to forget about pages of, what is going, why, and he's an engineer.
Especially if you have PhD.
Yeah, exactly. An engineer. I'm talking about, with, teleprompter. I was disappointed. Obi and Tinubu had one. That's how all serious people now who are politicians or anything, if you are making an important speech, use a teleprompter.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, I've always loved leaders who speak from their heart. You can have things spotted or jotted down in bullets, but in as much as, and I'm really being honest here and very objective here. If two people read from the paper, you can tell who is reading from his heart in terms of meaning and knowing exactly what he's reading at. Even the man that read from the teleprompter, I wasn't that convinced that this thing in Minam, you know. So you're right, but let's move away from that. Let's focus on the question. For me, question time is the real thing. Every other thing they're reading from the paper, either now broadcasted through teleprompter or tele whatever or satellite, it's there. We can always go back and reread. It's the spontaneous questioning that I was waiting for Mr. Amoda to display for once. For once. I mean, once. And I challenge anybody here. One time that this man took a question from the audience anywhere in the world since this campaign started, please, if you have that clip, maybe through Mr. Dr. Damages, give it to him and say, give it to that Ebby. I want to see one place where this man is somewhere and he took question from an audience. All is meeting stakeholders, that is all these caucus that is organizing about and giving media wherever all over Nigeria, dodging any unstructured, instantaneous question, unplanned from the audience. Zero. And that is why the man will never come for the Nigerian town hall. I don't know. He just couldn't avoid Chatham House because of the publicity, quote and unquote, that may bring, and the guys or whatever that the Chatham House attraction bring to him. And maybe now they already planned it that, okay, to beat this very dangerous thing we are hiding, what you do is just call us to assign the question. And that's what he did. And again, that even made it worse for me to know that this man is blabbing truly, you know. So that's the way I see it. I may step out soon, but before I step out, Ruan, I'm gonna leave a comment in the chat for you. I don't want to make it part of this video. Maybe you can respond there, but I'm still here. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me. This is for anybody who wants to take on this question. When he was asked what advice will he give to Tinubu and Atiku on their scandals, Tinubu for the Tinubu gate, Tinubu for the drug issue, Atiku for the Atiku gate, he avoided that question. I thought it would be an opportunity for him to weigh in. These are his opponents. Who thinks? What do you think about the answer he gave there? Anybody? Anyway.
I did not see that part, but if you were asked such a question on such a platform and you avoided it, it clearly tells you how dishonest that you are. So that's the way I'm going to look at it. But I did not watch that part anyway. But because if he's a genuine human being that really cares for the citizens, he would have said something. So that's the way I would treat it.
Sydney.
I think first of all, we must understand that these guys are politicians. And if you're a politician, you must be careful about banana peels. Now, if a statement like that is made to any politician, even Obi, I dare say Obi would then not go directly on their personalities, because this is a very critical time of the election. You don't need too many things that will give you distractions from their spokesman and all that. So he may be trying to, stay clear from their fight. That's their fight, PDP, APC fight. He want to navigate a narrow path. May not necessarily because he's corrupt, but he will look at it from a political angle, that how does this question help me politically? If I say these guys are bad guys, they need to be checked. But Obi may go in the route of let the rule of law take its place. That's a very political answer. If I'm in his shoes, I would say let the rule of law take its place if there are issues. Then you leave it at that end. So I think I would not want to harm him so much, because he's the fourth leg. is like somebody they are running a race, and he knows that he's number 4 on every poll. He needs to try and navigate out of that. So he doesn't want to come across, and we don't know if this will go into a runoff where he needs to negotiate. So when you're looking at a politician talking, he's thinking about many steps ahead. If he needs to negotiate down the line in terms of a runoff, who is he going to have to do business with? So I think I'm looking at it from a political view.
Yeah, but also, Sydney, political analysts might look at this and say, when it came a chance to take on Obi, he didn't waste time. Even when he wasn't thrown directly at him, he came after Obi. So analysts will see that and may think that, okay, so
yes, because Obi is actually the front runner. Obi is actually front. Any person that is a front runner is the person we need to slow down. He doesn't see Atiku. I don't think he want to go against Atiku because it's a northern play, and he want to really avoid Tinubu in a very distinct way. So his real problem is the Obi movement. So at the end of the day, I think he was playing a real big political game, and he's been with these people before, both APC and PDP. He's intermingled with them. He's worked in the government as defense chief, so he knows a bit of things. So he also doesn't want his own, I think, like what Nne said, he also will not want his own issues to be thrown into that whole boiling pot. So I think he will
But Sydney,
tactically avoid it.
Sydney, thank you so much. But Sydney, please, can I take you back again? I know I'm not a politician. Rudolph dragged me into this, and I've learned a lot. Thank you to him. But my question, though, to you saying that he answered based on being a politician. So then are you telling me that if I run as a politician, I must learn how to lie to the people? Because that's just what I keep hearing some of you say.
Okay, I understand.
You know, he could have, listen to me, he could have, because what if what they are accusing these two people are the truth, especially with Atiku right now, if those tapes are actually the truth, I'm not going to come on that platform and said, oh, this person is bad. But again, even if I want to be diplomatic, I will say that I'm going to look into it, because at the end, what is happening to Nigeria, what is happening to us is the bribery and corruption and the murder and the bloodshed in Nigeria is too much. But guys, don't get this.
No,
Even in
I
this
understand.
America where we are right now,
Yes.
there's still corruption going.
Yes,
all
I
over
understand
the
you.
world.
I understand you,
The
Kate.
hours in Nigeria is too much.
Yes, I understand you. I appreciate that line of thought. But I'm just telling you, him as Kwankwaso, a candidate, cannot, if he has not verified anything, he can't get into that muddy waters. Because it's not that he's lying or he's trying to lie. No. If you have not verified your facts, somebody can say those videos are doctored. Somebody can say many things. So you need to be, as a political operator, any of them, you need to be sure that that thing is not, it's very concrete. So as a politician, if they bring that such a thing, you just say, yes, they must have done it. No, how do you know? So because there are many things that political operators are doing. So as a candidate, he needs to put a line on it and say, let the rule of law take its place. He cannot just go headlong and say, I'm going to deal with it. Yes, they are bad guys and all that. You really don't know the nitty-gritty of the whole thing going on there. But if you know the nitty-gritty of what's going on there, then you can make a concrete stand about it. So I won't want to go into the state that, oh, he's lying. So if you're a politician and if you go to politics, yes, most politicians lie, but some politicians can look at something and say, I don't think I have all the information at my disposal to say this is this. But when they ask Obi, he says, yes, I will not go against all these groups. There's something that is making them agitate. I'll have a chat with them, tell them my plan, look at what they're agitating, find a common ground. However, If they continue, then this is what I will lay down. So he's being careful politically, not just making assumptions. So I think Kwankwaso will not just go into something that he doesn't have all the information. And I think for me, that's what any politician should do. If not, it becomes a big problem.
All right. Let me go to Rohan directly. Rohan, so his power base is in the north, and going to the UK and making this speech. How do you think the local people watching or listening to him in BBC Hausa or any other forum where they listen or watch, how would they read his performance?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I actually came at the tail end to watch his presentation. So for me to give a comprehensive summary of how they will react will be a little bit not too fair to him. But from the part I watched, I think they will say he has done his best. And generally in that regard, they will say he has done his best, and they will also look at the dynamics of what is actually happening within maybe the front runners, the other three guys, and from the way he has been answering his question, making references to what he has done, I think that is just the easiest way to connect, to tell the people, because it is something he has done. So it will be easier for him to express himself based on what he has done. But some of us are not in the north, and I've never seen what he actually did. It will be quite very difficult for them to understand. Like in the case of Peter Obi as well, some people back in the East can easily agree to him and believe in him because of what they've seen he has done. And some people in the North might say, okay, yeah, he has actually done well, while some people might say, I have not seen. How sure are we?
All right. Thank you. Lucky, welcome to the show. Were you surprised that you're here? And that's the way you look when I called your name. Lucky, welcome to the show. Where are you joining us from, Lucky?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm joining from Lagos, Nigeria.
Lagos, very good. I'm happy to see people from Nigeria. You know, these people, they overeat. All these people abroad, they eat whatever they wanted and they come here. So did you watch the speech?
Oh, unfortunately, I didn't. By the time I was done with the things I had to do here, I think it was over. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's a delay, but we can hear you. So if you had a chance to ask him a question, what would you have asked?
Oh, okay. I would have asked him why he did not take the opportunity to become vice president under Obi. From what I have, however, listened to him in different forums when he had discussions, I realized that it's a thing of pride. I think someone spoke about it, or Fokaja also. I think maybe it's someone with pride, because I do not see why the president from the northern extraction, not just the northern extraction, from his what they call, is finishing 8 years, sorry, and he wants to come over and become the next president in a country with so much diversity, 200 million people, and then we will feel like we are not represented. Yes, maybe you guys in the abroad, in quotes, or in Europe will say maybe those things don't matter. It matters here, because there is still trust issues, and there is still the issue of where does my representation come from? as a person, as a region, etc., etc. Where does my representation come from? I am from the Niger Delta, and when Goodluck was president, it's not like anything big or very significant difference was done there. But you see, that thing of okay, it happened somehow, and it happened from a very minor, from the minority ethnic group, and then those people they will feel represented after all the years, and perhaps that was just even by chance or by miracle, if I will say, because nobody was going to give anybody from Bayelsa to become president. Okay, so why do we have 8 years from you want to be the next president 8 year for the next 8 years, and then you have the opportunity to join the biggest movement that is going on across the nation. I don't know if I can say across Africa, in terms of politically, and then you say no to it, and then you are just. And I'm hearing him the other time, Obasanjo endorsed Obi. I heard this statement, and a couple other times the way he washed it off and said he is the one who should be president, and any other person can come under him. That would have been the question I would have asked him again. Maybe we'll have a different answer or a more reasonable answer to give.
Thank you, Lucky. You are lucky because he will have asked you, he will have called you, he will have said that you are from Labour Party. There's something he said that was interesting to me. He when he was answering, I think the same question, he mentioned that I wasn't a trader, that he had a PhD. I was thinking this is happening outside the country in an international arena. Imagine if that question was asked at home, where these politicians have less restraint. What do you think will have been the answer? And what does that say about not just him, because all our politicians, some of them behave that way. When they get a question they don't like, they think, who gave you the audacity to say this to me? I don't know why we've now got to that point where they know that they are serving the people, that people are not there to worship them. Who wants to take on this?
Well, I will jump on this a little bit in my own way. It's just, you see, Yoruba people will tell you that character or attitude is like a smoke. All right, it's like a smoke, and you know how difficult it is to bound smoke, and that's why I laugh with the face mask. Because if smoke they come out for face mask, how corona no go come out, which is still million times smaller. So these people are who they are, even as they try to represent themselves at the Chatham House, and you will see how most of our politicians, who are usually full of themselves, who the reverse is the case almost here, although we see some exceptional Igbos who are so cocky, who think they are demigod here too. They are not perfect, okay? But broadly, politicians for Oyibo land have that systemic humility. Let me put it that way. The system, just go make you humble, because the path to scrutinize you and to humble you, the instruments are there. They are absent in Nigeria. Our leaders get there without even knocking at the doors. It's money that brings them there. And you see that in our parliament. You don't see humility when they are debating. Look at the British Parliament and compare it to Nigerian Senate or House when they are talking about issues that should bother about the lowest human being in the country. You see their approach, you see how they talk, you see the total disconnect between these lawmakers and the people who put them there. Many of them don't even go back to their constituency until the another term, when they will come with huge money and buy lantern, wheelbarrow, and 2,000 and sachet of gari and kuli and give to these people, and the people will come again and start shouting ba 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 ba, and then do all this thing and go back. So there's a total disconnect. So if you see Nigerian leader feeling cocky, despite try to shield that, and because the character is a smoke, the small smoke will come out now we see today, But this is another thing I see, I noticed in Kwankwaso, not today, but he manifested it again today because a different question was asked, but he rerouted it to that. And that shows me, based on this popular notion that in the abundance of your heart, the mouth speaketh. Kwankwaso seems to now realize the big mistake he made, which is born out of, again, pride for not aligning with Peter Obi. The discussion started when Peter was just gaining momentum, and there was still this cap where Peter can get to, which he has busted right now, and is now a what the hell is going on, which I think in the next few weeks will even explode totally, because I'm just sensing that. I see a Kwankwaso that is regretting the decision he made by not listening to equity. Like I've said on this show, Obi doesn't like this. This is not Obi's message. This is Ebenezer, who is a Yoruba man's message. I am fundamentally looking forward to an Igbo president for equity. And I'm not diminishing the ability of other minority leaders, minority tribes to become so. But when we talk about the three major ones, let the Igbo man become president of Nigeria for equity. After that, maybe we can now say, oh yeah, just be Nigerian. But we see what has happened since 1960. It is time for an Igbo man to be president. And not just any Igbo man, an Igbo man who is Nigerian enough in his attitude, in his approach to become Nigerian president. And I see that in Peter Obi. If you bring any other Igbo man, you may see me supporting Kwankwaso or something else. Okay, so that's just my opinion.
All right, thank you. Ofakaja, can you weigh in on the same question? Hold on. Okay, go ahead. I've unmuted you.
Yes, kindly remind me the question.
Oh, I was saying that in terms of Kwankwaso's answer to the question he didn't like, and his reference where he talked about I wasn't a trader, I have a PhD and things like that. I know politicians in Nigeria. Why is it that the tendency is to feel that people don't have the right to ask them any question, and if they don't like the question, they kind of show their anger?
You know that in Africa, especially in Nigeria, politics is the art of deception. That is the reason why I like to call them scoundrels. So you will find that, generally speaking, it's not always the case, but generally speaking, the people who go into partisan politics in Nigeria are the ne'er-do-wells. They are people who cannot make it otherwise in any other profession. You certainly will not find a very successful engineer or doctor or somebody like Fikwe Nekwensi or Chinua Achebe wasting his time in full-time politics in Nigeria. So Kwankwaso is one of them. The first comment I made on this forum is that Kwankwaso went to Chatham House, read a script, and then when it came to question time, he never answered one single question directly. I can understand people making excuses for him that probably he is playing politics, but as far as I'm concerned, he is simply bereft of any ideas. He is the ordinary pretender that the politician in Nigeria is. That is the reason why you find some otherwise very, very brilliant people, when they get into the political arena in Nigeria, they become simpletons. People who could say anything whatsoever without giving a thought to the character deficiency that they manifest. So I'm not surprised by Kwankwaso. In fact, I predicted that he would be that way, and he will always be that way. He is the typical Nigerian politician. Typical, I say.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Matt, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Matt. Okay, go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for this opportunity. Though I've been following up here from Europe, and I followed up the Chatham House, but then not in full. I didn't anyway. I was not much impressed by what he said concerning P2B when he was asked to if he can be able to join forces into, flush out the bad egg, which is APC and PDP. The response there was a little bit hard on Mr. P2B, because as a politician, like they always say in Nigeria, and as someone contesting, I think you should present yourself as someone that is noble, no matter what it is. And this is, you are outside Nigeria, and you shouldn't paint yourself to be a saint. You can see a carpenter man who is more responsive, capable than someone that read a read engineer or a medical doctor. You see medical doctors in Nigeria, they are killers. They harvest human organs, doing all sorts of things. You see someone that is a carpenter person, you see him being diligent about what he's doing. So paper certificate doesn't guarantee you to have a good character or be a good person. That you did it in Kano or somewhere in North does not guarantee you to be the president of Nigeria. So I believe that Kwankwaso should, learn how to, address people. But whether he likes it or not, no matter how he's coming after Mr. Obi, Nigerian people are the people that are going to decide who is going to be the president. It's not the person that is going to be the side. One thing I have to say I noticed about Kwankwaso, literally and politically, he's dragging us in these northern oligarchy issues and trying to make us to understand I did in the north, in the north. I gave scholarships to Eastern people, Igbo people that doesn't speak out and all that. He can go all along and say all these things, but we know from their fruit we shall know them. The fruit he is exhibiting, speak more than what he's saying to us. Understand? So that's my take on it.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Dr. Maxwell. Dr. Maxwell, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Okonkwo, thank you so much. I'm actually in Ireland. I'm a medical practitioner in Ireland.
Did you watch the speech?
Actually, I did, and I'm quite disappointed in Kwankwaso. I had quite high regards for Mr. Kwankwaso based on what he did in Kano. I cannot take away from what he did in Kano, but as it sounds now, I think Mr. Kwankwaso is contesting for the president of Kano state. It's unfortunate he didn't align himself with P2B because he would have been a very good understudy, despite the age. If he wants to drag age, he should have gone to his village I'm quite depressed and heartbroken to hear, because I was thinking that after Peter B said the ceiling high, the next fallout would be Kwankwaso, but he ended up disappointing me. You know, I think it's high time Nigerians wake up from their slumber. Again, I think it's high time that we actually use our God-given brain. God has already given us the brain. He will never come down to rescue Nigeria, no matter how we pray. I'm a Catholic. We've been praying for prayer for Nigeria in distress since I was in secondary school. It never worked. If God will come down to help Nigeria, he would have done that in the West. He would have done that for China, who are atheists. He would have done that in Dubai. But if we are waiting for God to come down to help us, it is only a magical thinking. It will never happen. I think it's time for us to really eschew ourselves from ethnic, tribalistic, and whatever sentiments, you know. So thank you very much, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Maxwell. Believe, welcome to the show. Let me see. I think you are muted. Did you watch the show, Believe? Not the show. Did you watch the speech by Kwankwaso?
I just got home. I didn't, but I've been watching you guys on the debate on the YouTube things. Although I've watched Tinubu, I've watched Peter B, but I'm about to watch Kwankwaso one. But I already know I already know his capacity in the global stage, basically.
How did you know his capacity with that?
I've been following him for a while now.
Okay.
Well, I kind of have an idea of all the parties and all the candidates, their capacity, what they can deliver in terms of speeches and all that. And yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
Because there's something that Rohan said, and I see that comment also on the comment section, which is that depending on where you come from in Nigeria and how far you've traveled and where you know, some people, if you are from the south, most likely, if you have not traveled far, not lived in Kano, you may not know exactly what he did in Kano. And also his job today, if I were one of his advisors, was to just say, this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to do it. This is what I've done to show you that I can do it. So based on that, what were you? I mean, you are going to watch the speech later on, and what were you expecting? You know, because you'll be the one that will be surprised. Now, what were you expecting the speech to be like? We have seen it.
Well,
you have tell us.
Yeah, I was about to about getting into it. I know when it comes to public appearance in Nigeria, you can demonstrate the ability to kind of analyze a bit of information. But when it comes to the global stage, where you have a lot of people watching you and all that, and in front of your former colonial master, I don't think it has the capability to evaluate or analyze data to an extent that it will be more justifiable for us who are watching it, as compared to Peter Obi, who use statistics and talk about what he's going to do. How Peter Obi talk from the heart. So that's the difference between Peter Obi and the remaining candidates. I'm not saying it because I'm an obedient. I'm just saying it because I want a good Nigeria.
Okay. All right. But let me ask this. This is an honest question. Who thinks here that delivery wise, just compare the people that read their speech without the teleprompter, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, who did better?
Peter Obi did better. Okay, I haven't watched Kwankwaso yet, but to my
so believe you're not part of this.
I think
let's hear from people who watched it too.
I watched it too. Like you said, initially I thought Obi would use the teleprompter. But the trick about a teleprompter is if you've not really prepared with a teleprompter, then you have to go with the safe bet. So I felt when Obi started, he wanted to go with what was comfortable for him. Like I analyzed it yesterday. I said when he started, he was holding his hands a lot and looking down. So I felt he was a bit tensed, but I knew that with time, he will begin to pick up his head more frequently and gauge it. So he began to extend his hand, which I felt was the right move to give him some bit of confidence and hold his breathing. So the same thing happened to Kwankwaso. They moved with what was comfortable for them, which is better. I'm with my paperwork so that there's no technology issues like what happened to Atiku. We don't have that issue. And then, with Obi, he has his eyes, so he may be skeptical of a teleprompter with his glasses. So I think Obi shifted to make that critical decision, and Kwakwanso had to stay with his paper. So both of them, in the initial, I saw they were looking down, but after some time, Obi picked up his gate with that stage and took the stage. But Kwakwanso kept looking down throughout most of the time, so he had real issues. But I knew that Obi's big point, he never is the best with paper and scripted script. He always is preferred to speak to people. And if you look at all he's speaking, he's always speaking from here, from here. So I knew when it comes to question and answer, that is his range. Now,
Exactly.
if, for instance, I'm just postulating, if APC had an Osibanjo, and Osibanjo is very good with teleprompting, he's a fantastic, because a lawyer, he's been a debater, so he has that kind of finesse. So with Obi and Kwakwanso, I think Obi grew in the debate, finished on time, was very time conscious, finished on time, and when the moderator told him to sit down, he said, "No, I'm standing," and he took a drink, stood. But Kwakwanso went to sit down, because the truth is this: you need a younger, more energetic man. And throughout the campaign, Obi has put the marker that I'm younger, I'm stronger, I'm fitter, I can stand the test of time. So if you look at this debate from the position of every detail, because that's how I looked at the debate. I looked at it with their gate and everything, and then the response to questions that could anger you. What was Obi's response? Questions that could anger you. What was Kwakwanso's response? And you could see that the two men, every time Kwakwanso was responding, I don't know why he was not lifting up his head to really speak to us. He was always getting down, getting. So there's a lot in terms of moving forward that his team need to do. And like I said, with Obi, in terms of moving forward, also, he needs to work on how to use his paperwork and also teleprompting, because in international space, you need to be very versatile with whatever is going to happen. So I think for me, that's just my general look on both sides.
All right. Dr. Masco, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Sidney, and also there's something Believe said earlier on, that P2B was speaking from the heart. In my view, I think P2B is quite passionate about his cause. Hence, anything official when it comes to teleprompter, using a paper which anybody can prepare, because these people listen to advisors and consultants and things like that, and they can always come with very prepared things. Somebody like Atiku did well, in quotes, when it comes to teleprompter, but again, when you focus on technology can always disappoint you anytime. But again, that again comes back to how serious are you about what you are conveying. So if it goes off, how I wish the teleprompter went off when Obi was even communicating, because that would have actually told us that this guy was actually saying what he meant, rather than what people told him or what people prepared for him to convey. Again, that's actually made me understand. In fact, actually, Obi's performance actually made me understand the delay in his manifesto, because I was actually quite disappointed that it took a while for him to bring out his manifesto. But it's all well thought through, reflected, and conveyed. So this is a guy that is speaking from his heart. now I'm actually very convinced now that this is a man that is speaking from his heart rather than, something that was prepared to him. Now, Kwankwaso, I found him something quite unusual about him, even as a medical professional, that he sounded a bit breathless when he was speaking, you know. So I wonder what that is. Is it an anxiety? Does he have a respiratory disorder? So I don't know. I can't speculate unless it's before me, So I found Kwakwaso's speech very, again, and I put my hands up. This is a man I really admire, but I find I find it very uncomfortable to listen to him throughout his speech. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. There's something he revealed in, I think, during the question and answer. He said something like that there was a kind of a meeting, or is it a debate that was being organized by BBC and channels that other candidates pulled out of that. So apparently, we may not have any opportunity again to hear these people in this kind of stage where they take questions. So, and the article, the organizers of this event mentioned that article's invitation is still on the table. What do you think about what will happen next now? We have less than close to 30 something days before the election. What happens next? Anybody?
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
Let me just go quickly. I think this is the most important time where we're going to expect a polling from Anna poll. They said they'll poll again. So this is the time where everybody is holding their position, less gaffes, but I don't trust Tinubu. He's going to keep giving gaffes the more he talks. So I don't think we will have a debate. Nigerians have already heard from them. We already know predominantly people that are voting each block already know what they're voting. The undecided voters are the people who are in the hinterlands most times and how they will swing. So I think each camp is going to start cranking the numbers to know, okay, which zone do we have? Where can we win this battle? Like I said, I think few months ago, I said there are few things that will decide this election. Normally, in a Nigerian election, it's always two-way, A or B, and they just need to win four zones and take it. But this election is different. It has four people running for it. Number two, there's a change of electoral law and electoral system that will have great impact because I listened to the electoral man, Mahmoud, and that will create impact. And the question is, how are they going to mobilize people to come out to vote? Are the young people going to make that difference? I also talked about the 1% of the 1%, the generals. I believe they have made a decision. Their spokesman has already inclined where they are thinking of. So they are set already. The young people are critically set. But the problem, and I said the biggest people to watch in this election is INEC. And based on what, for me, I'm seeing as an onlooker, INEC is saying something different from what is happening on the ground. On the ground, a lot of areas, especially where Peter Obi will hold sway, are not accessing their PVCs as quick as possible. A lot of young people, I don't think may be able to get their PVC before the election, and that could be a great impact to the general elections. So I think it's something INEC should do all it takes to ensure that elections are holding, especially with the violence in the southeast, which I don't think is organic violence. In my own opinion, I don't think the violence in the southeast at this moment is. I think there's something sinister about that whole violence issue, especially because it's only targeted at INEC, and then the people will not be sensitized enough to come and vote, and that could shift this election. But if all things hold down, I think we may have a president at first ballot. with the way Nigeria is going. So I don't think there's any debate again. We've heard everything. They can't say anything more than what they're saying. So I
all
think
right.
Nigeria are set like that.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm sure you are
Yeah.
happy about the military and the police. The number.
Yes, I'm happy about that because at least he's not shy of saying what he's going to do about that. I don't understand why Peter Obi seems to be shy, and his supporters keep saying that he shouldn't reveal. He's not revealing military operation, but you have to tell people what you intend to do to change the defense and security posture of the country. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to secure it. Trust me." That's not how it works. And I think saying that what he did, he highlighted the numbers the targets he's going to be looking for. That is the proper thing to do. And this is very fundamental. People forget how important this is. We've never had it in our country where our country is that secure before in terms of the population of the country. As a matter of fact, that is still well below most international standard. But at least that starts getting us out of the mess that we are in. Imagine if we had 1 million soldiers, what we could have done with that. All this insecurity nonsense we are experiencing, how many bandits do we have in our country? Would have taken care of it, and the only nonsense we are seeing in the Sahel, we send 200,000 soldiers there and we clean that area out. Then you see the kind of business that will be coming into our country. You see the way most of our diasporans will be returning back to invest in the country because they know they can wake up at night and walk into the streets and feel safe. We can't feel safe in our own countries anymore. Farmers can't go to the farm. All this nonsense carries on. People think this is a joke. It's not a joke to me at all. And the politicians seriously need to spell it out. And it really gets to me when Obi supporters say, "Oh, he shouldn't necessarily have to say that." He should. He should be saying it all the time. Because I'm tired of seeing parents crying that their children have been taken away because they just sent children to school. Enough of this nonsense. And then Kwankwaso comes around. See, I like him for that. But the stuff he said about Peter Obi too was wrong. I don't know what is wrong with these our Nigerian politicians. He starts becoming tribal for no justifiable reason. Who said that Labour was any tribal party? Labour is Labour. Labour is in the UK. Labour is all over the world. This type of nonsense. What kind of leaders do we have? This is a man that wants to run the whole country. You are talking about running the whole country, then you just say, the guy is the standard and structure where he's from and all the rest. There's no need for that. And I've told this Kwankwaso supporters, what kind of stupid game is he playing? He's a charismatic guy. He has sound thinking. There are some things he says that just seems a little bit crass. Like talking about the idea of trading. What is that? If you want to have a go at this in Peter Obi, you just say it doesn't have enough qualification as you do. You don't necessarily have to bring trading because trading, you are using it to stigmatize the whole people. Because we all know what he's saying there. That is just wrong. I don't understand what kind of leadership we have. And the people should be making them pay for what they are doing. Ideally, they are supporters. Their supporters should be the one. You notice that the last time we came, when Peter Obi presented this stuff, somebody once said that because Peter Obi is the guy that is now gone to Chatham House, he now supports the Chatham House thing. This is the thing we do. That's our problem. We are the supporters of candidates. We have to hold them accountable for what they are doing. If Peter Obi is not presenting a viable security policy, we say enough. Provide us something that we can work with. If Kwankwaso is being tribal, his own supporters should also call him out. You can't be doing these things because it's easy for Peter Obi supporters to say, you know what, Kwankwaso, you shouldn't be doing that. But how about his supporters? You want a country that is functional, not divided constantly based on religious lines. This is not a joke business. There's a lot of people that are children, young people now. From what I gather in this election, the young vote is massive. There's a lot of young people that hope that their future is going to be better than what we've had. And all this tribal nonsense, all this unaccountable approach to security, it's not going to cut it. They need to do better than this because I would hate to see the kind of repetition of what happened in the 70s and the 80s occur again in Nigeria. Because we think things are looking a little bit better now, so the thing is going to carry on like that. It's not necessarily going to carry on like that. It could get worse overnight. Ukraine is at war today. They didn't think they were going to be at war in 2020. Things can change like that, flip like that, and we cannot be excusing these leaders for them. Enough of it. We as the public should be a kind of calling these leaders out whenever they do this thing. Whether they are our supporter, we support them or not. Like I'm calling Peter Obi out right now, and I intend to vote for him anyway. But you have to learn to call them out. Don't excuse them. The fact that they have to go to this in Chatham House is terrible as it is, because somebody was saying, oh, it doesn't matter, they go to Chatham House, that's why you're getting them. Do you know how many security breaches that could occur from landing in the UK and leaving the UK? Do you know how many security breaches that can occur? You shouldn't be exposing, our leaders should not necessarily be exposing themselves frequently to foreign territories, especially territories that are more powerful than them, because they can easily be compromised. Yeah, where they are running your country, they're not running your country for you, they're running your country for other people. That's all I've got to say. I'm just, I like the guy. Kwankwaso is quite charismatic and he's done a lot of good work. This tribal thing, he can't get rid of it for some reason. I don't get it. I don't think he knows it. I'm not even sure he knows that he's sounding like that. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Meno Interbees, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone who is on. Yeah, I've been following what you guys have been saying, and obviously I listened to Kwankwaso, his speech. Well, he's a likable. Kwankwaso is a likable guy. He appears friendly. Last time he was in the town meeting, he was a bit, funny, trying to crack jokes. But the issue with him, right? I mean, when we say issue or when we criticize, it's good for the politician, right? So we're not hitting on anyone, but it is what it is. So the issue with him is he felt and he thinks that coming from Kano or from the north, because they have the numbers, so he thinks that, he's got an advantage. Then he's not realizing that he needs to win in other places. All right. So, but you look at Obi is quite very careful. Whenever he's asked a question, he does not want to go tribal. Obviously, it's not in him. And when he gives an answer, he thinks about the nation as a whole. Okay. He thinks about this guy. This guy is so full of himself. But what he does not realize is having a PhD in water engineering, this job is different. So I would rather take somebody who has degrees or who have experience in economics and management of people, right? So that PhD, directly, what is the relevance to the job that he's seeking? Okay, so I'm not trying to say, I can't play down on somebody who has a PhD, but if you listen to him and assess him, even when he went on a town hall, even when he was asked a question in his field, when they were talking about climate change and flooding, I wasn't impressed because that is his background. He should excel in that. Okay, but we're not trying to. This job entails more than just having a paper qualification. And then he goes on his experience in the Senate and House of Rep and all that. Well, if those are really good, why are we here? Why are we talking about a change? Okay, so I'm in oil and gas. I've got colleagues who in NNPC and all that. Right, somebody in oil service companies may have more experience because some of these government jobs, all right, they don't really do much. To be honest, I'm not trying to. It's our country. I have a friend who is an engineer. He says most times, they change the bulbs, the things that are not very technical. So if you see his CV, if he comes over here in the UK to work, he might struggle to have things to put on his CV.
Meno, you are on point. I have a friend who works in oil and gas, and you are on point.
Yeah. So when you say experience 30 years, if you really if you really go into that, it may not be a lot for the job. Okay. Now, and in Nigeria, just like Rino was saying, Obi has a tutu in philosophy. Look at the UK. Most of the prime ministers, politics and philosophy. Look at the areas they've studied. And anybody thinking that you can assess educational qualification based on the field of study, then you don't really know anything. Because every field is relevant on its own right. And it solves a distinct problems. Okay, but the job they are seeking is totally different. Now, and somebody thinks that because he's been in the Senate for donkey years. He thinks that somebody who was in a private sector is not having experience. That Obi was in the private sector does not mean that he has not gathered the experience. This is somebody who has been on top of, have done, management to a very top level in the banking sector, in, Security and Exchange Commission and all that. And then you look at his terminal qualification. After finishing the degree, now he has been going on to improve himself. He's done a lot of short courses. He's been to, most of the best schools in the world. So those things count. But these guys think that if you have a PhD and you have not been improving yourself, you've not been going for additional short courses, then you don't really know much. So so we that not. I mean, yeah, people that really understand education can tell you that when you want to look at the experience, you have to look at somebody who have that quest in him to continuously improve. And that's what Obi have done. Obi have moved from philosophy to economics. Look at the courses he's done, right? He's done a course in development economics, which directly applies to this job. And Nigeria at the moment, we have economic problems. That's why he can do a comparative analysis of different countries and bring the figures. And instead of people to say, okay, well, bring a counter argument, they say, he's always going on statistics, because they don't understand. Even the UN, UNESCO, is all based on statistics. That's what they used to plan and project and forecast. So you cannot go away from that. So the guy, I don't think he's more experienced than Obi. It's not about number of years on this job. Okay.
Right.
So that is all I have to say. At the moment. So I wasn't impressed. I was not impressed. When he went on tribal, because the issue has been Obi being from Southeast. They're always going to throw up something about IPOB and all that, but they will never go on APC or OPC or talk about Boko Haram or other stuff. They will never. Nobody asked him that. So we know that there's a bias, but we have to, as a people, we have to vote, not based on parochial interests or sentiments. We have to look at it from look at the whole picture, so that we can be able to elect. Otherwise, same thing. Then the last thing I want to say is that one thing in Nigeria is the South does not seem to align with the North. So when we talk about the youth from the North may not align with the youth of the South. And that's an issue as well for Obi. So I want to end it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, can you give me 1 minute to respond to Forefathers?
Okay.
1 minute. Forefathers, how are you? I know, to be honest with you, I have the same sentiments that you have. But I just want to allude to the fact that you made one point here now, saying that Kwankwaso clearly explained how he's going to handle the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. So the question that I also want to ask you is that he has been in the Senate for so many years. Why didn't he contribute to the insecurity in Nigeria? Him saying it now, what gives me the satisfaction that he's telling me the truth, that he's going to do something? And also, is he not, what is he in Kaduna? And if whatever he is in Kaduna, is Kaduna safer now? So again, I'm just playing the devil's advocate here for you, that you're saying that Obi did not, give out his manifesto on how he's going to handle insecurity. But I think the way he's answering questions, he has all these things at the back of his mind, and he's going to do something. I just want you to look at it in that way. That, that people are saying things during election doesn't mean they're going to do it. Because I'm also looking at, he's been in the Senate for all these years. And he was there when these 250 girls were kidnapped. He was there during the train attack. A young dentist was killed. What were they doing? What were they saying? Nothing. So I just want you to also think about that. But I do agree with your sentiments, because in a way, you and I, many a times when you come here, you also say exactly the same way that I feel. So maybe you can look at it that way, that him saying all these things in the Chatham House doesn't mean that he's really going to do them.
All right, thank you. I will get forefathers to respond, and then Sydney, Rohan, and then we'll go from there.
It's actually better for if forefather is responding, I add my own because you will not give me the chance. Very
Okay,
small.
all right.
Okay.
Add your own.
Because it's for forefather. So
Okay.
you know forefather always pull this crowd. Forefather, you also, you are happy about him mentioning how many army is gonna put. As if that is a one size fits all solution. I know you say no, but I want to see this perspective. We have seen currently in the last few years army being used for what a typical police would do. Now you talk about how many security whatever can erupt between the airport and whatever. I hope I hope you are aware of the responsibility of the different facet of security when it comes to internal security, border security, and international security. In the past few years, we have seen that army is, even Osibajo will tell you we'll send army. If they kidnap somebody, we'll send army. Police, zero. What if policing it become improved and then let out that resource of the military that are being held internally, preventing them to be sufficient for the external and border or perimeter responsibility they are fundamentally meant for? We might find out that we don't need more army, but we needed to restructure and equip the police for the internal security, which is actually most of our problem are internal. So I just want you to look at that perspective.
Yeah, just to address what they are regarding the educational stuff. I don't know, Nigerians, we like, when we hear PhD and master's degrees a lot. It's just a specialization in one area, which narrows your vision. What I tend to find with people that have PhD and like professors, they tend to have narrow vision of the world. When you want to be a leader, you have to have an expansive vision. So it doesn't rank anything. I don't care about that. It's your approach to people's lives is what I care about. Why I think that Kwankwaso, what he did was at least better than what P2B is doing in terms of security. Because P2B has actually talked about 1 million soldiers and 1 million police officers and the others, but he doesn't repeat it. But he repeats this in production to consumption to production all the time. That one for me is more important, it's more fundamental. So you believe in the policy. Why are you shy about what your security policy is going to be? And regarding internal security, the military is the one that protects the police, because there are forces outside the country that want to do the country down. The intelligence services are also very, very important. The military also helps in natural disasters and they help in construction. They are not just they enforce a kind of discipline into the country. The current military we have is disciplined because there is a stressed military, just like the whole country is stressed. Our country is bleeding because we are not doing our job. We are not funding the country to be strong defensively. If your immune system is weak, guess what? You're going to be catching malaria every day. You're going to be catching yellow fever. That is what is happening to our country. If somebody fixes that, you'll be surprised how many things, the blowback that will come from it, the gains that we're going to gain from it. That's why I value that seriously. And if you say 1 million, you are saying that there's any scenario that we're not going to need as much soldiers as they are proposing. Believe you me, we don't even have enough. 1 million is not enough. Look at other countries. By the population of those countries, we have such a low level of military. If you compare it to like Israel, Singapore, it's like we are 20, 30 times less. The gap is too much. That needs to be closed. What we are seeing in Nigeria right now is a miracle that Nigeria is even functional with such low security. It's like somebody with HIV or full-blown AIDS still being able to function and go to work and do everything that they are supposed to do. That's why the country is stressed. Look at other countries. That's not how they are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sydney, go ahead.
What I want to say is regards to what forefathers said about Kwakwanso's dictations on military. I think you are not doing a fair job on both sides. That same question about security was asked, and most of the time you see P2B talking about policing at all levels, state policing and all that. So he has mentioned that severally. And also, even with what Dati and himself said, they also understand that the security issue must be strategic. not just filling up of human bodies. Yes, you have to get more people, but they're also thinking of applying technology in terms of border control. And so they've mentioned that a lot. And in this actual debate or in this discussion at Chatham, I think he mentioned a few things about those community policing. While Kwankwaso, all I've heard really is, I'm going to get more soldiers. But it's not about that. Remember that Kwankwaso was a defense chief. He was a defense minister. So I expect Kwankwaso to give me more meat than telling me I'm going to blow up the army. Yes, we have many soldiers, we are pumping in many soldiers, but the problem of the northern borders and the problem of security is not just about the soldiers, it's about rejigging your whole military apparatus, your whole security apparatus, from community policing to strategic army movement. And Obi has said that severally in different forums and even throughout this discussion. So I think when we talk about that, and if you look at it, if a man is like Wakwanso is being tribalistic at each turn, it just comes out. How am I sure I can trust him for security? Because this was the same problem 8 years ago. We had a Buhari who came as a general, somebody that we felt, okay, good luck, Jonathan. He's not clued up with security. This general, he has fought it in the world war, in Biafran war. He's going to do it. He's going to fight. I remember when he said, I will fight from the front. Now, the issues came and a general could not fight from the front. So that means, and he has put this nation in a polarized manner. Nigeria has never been polarized as it is now. So for me, I want to trust a man that will tell me this is what I intend to do. And the truth is that nowhere in the world will they give you the nitty gritty of security. Because the truth is this, and I want to be very factual or very plain. His security plan may go against the powers that be. The security thing he needs to initiate, the North may not be very happy about it because it will close down those borders that create all this influx from the Maghrebs. So he needs to keep some things as a surprise, because with security it's a surprise. But he has told us policing state-wise, state police and federal police, he is going to do it. And when you have more people policing in the communities, you will see that crime can be done. Has he done it before? Yes, he did it in Anambra. When Anambra was in chaos, this man came. He didn't even have a state house, but he kept the place, and Anambra came back, and security was in play, and then he could now start doing things. So he already has a template. So if that template he did, let's see it manifest. We have not seen. I expected Kwakwanso to tell me when I was defense minister, this is what I did. He was a defense minister for almost 4 years. He has not. What did he do as a defense minister to improve the defenses of Nigeria, to improve the facilities, the equipment? He didn't do anything. So if you couldn't do anything as a defense minister, when you have portfolio with you, when you have some money with you to improve the military, then I think I need to check a bit and
But
say
there are
no.
gaps in what you are saying. When you said about state, this in the police that he wants to do now, but he didn't need that to ensure security in his state, from what you have just said.
Yes,
Besides,
he didn't.
Kwankwaso also talked about state, talked about the police and other security operations. The
Now,
truth is,
let me
Peter
answer
Obi is
that
also
question.
for that, but he doesn't repeat it.
Wait,
He's
let
also
me
for
answer that
recruiting large
question.
number, and I'm concerned that he repeat it because he don't intend to do it, and that's something
No,
you
let
guys
me
need to
let
pay
me.
attention to.
Okay, let me answer. I
Okay,
heard
hold
the
on, hold on,
question.
hold on, hold
Let
on.
me
I
answer
want to,
that particular question
Sydney,
about.
Sydney, I
Yes,
want to
after
stand
this,
and get
after
other
this,
people
that's fine.
involved. And welcome,
Let
Mohammed.
me let me just answer that question on the. You say he didn't say it here, but now he's talking about state policing. When he came into Anambra, as a constitution, we don't do state policing, but he knew that as a commander in chief for his state, he needs to keep security, and so he did everything to equip the police work with that local police that he had or the federal police that he had and ensure that the state is secured. So he did what he could do with what he had. Now he's going to a new level of national prominence. And he's saying, I need to inject something into the system which will allow state and community policing. It gives us more powers to execute it on a bigger scale. So it's not about, oh, why didn't he do this? He did it for his state, but in a bigger scale, he's saying, I'm going to introduce a policy which can help us enhance policing. So if a man is saying that, he doesn't need to repeat it every day, but he has said it so many forums that we have heard. All of us have heard it. So it's
Okay,
just
how
like
about
when
this military? What did he say about the military
Okay,
that you know?
forefathers, hold on. Okay, we have to get
Okay.
other people part of this conversation. Ron, go ahead. You have a point.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I don't like for us to be too emotional because we have a candidate. And I know a lot of Peter Obi supporters are here, and they are clinched emotionally because they want to project their candidate, which is fine. But one thing I would like to point out is this. When President Muhammadu Buhari was elected, all we heard is about a secondary school certificate. He's not a graduate, he's not a PhD holder, and blah, blah, blah. Now, Kwankwaso presented himself with a PhD. Now, the music has now changed. That no, you don't need to have a PhD to. So please, we should stop all these things. If we want Nigeria to grow, please, we should stop all these things and face the real fact. If you're a good person, we can declare you to be a good person, good. But if your capacity cannot take you there, we should be courageous enough to criticize you, that your capacity will not take you there. I think that is when we'll be able to do justice to ourselves and to generation yet unborn. That is how I've seen it from that angle. The second issue I want to make.
I thought you mentioned that Kwankwaso also called Peter Obi trader.
Forefathers, hold on. Let's
Yes, hold on. But if you want me to talk on that area, I will digress a little. If you are talking about trader to rule a country, okay, you don't need just one qualification or one experience. Nigeria is too big, okay, for all the individual presidential candidates that have presented themselves, because I don't have a candidate for now. You understand? But for me, I'm just trying to look at the potential they all have. As far as I'm concerned, if they really want to build Nigeria, it's not the issue of saying, I want to rule this country. It's bringing the best brains, okay? And then put the interest of the country at heart and work together. That is what I believe in. Because if you tell me that Peter Obi is good in trading, good and fine. He has his degree in philosophy, good and fine. But it's not still enough, okay, to take us where we want to go. And I still believe that we have better people that are more qualified than Peter Obi, still. But just because we don't have an option, we all get clinched to all this. The second point I would like to make is about the issue of Kwankwaso pride not coming together with Peter Obi. You see, individual of us have a political rascalism. And that is what I feel, and I think that the politicians are playing. They play with our psychology, with our emotions. And we'll keep reacting to that till they get elected. It's better we face the reality. I think for him, throwing tantrum here and there, that Peter Obi is this, that is that, Peter Obi also might likely one way or the other, throw it out. They're all politicians. They have to do all they need to do to get there. That is the other aspect. Then the last part, which I would like to talk about, is the issue of security. Well, before I dive into that, it would have been actually good, but the issue of Kwankwaso and Peter Obi coming together, we shouldn't throw all the blames on Peter Obi, and Kwankwaso alone. Their teams sat down and discussed all this together. It's not their final decisions. They have committees and committees. They have a lot of meetings within themselves. So it's about what finally came out of the discussion. So we can't just throw the blame just on one person. It's all about dialogue and what have you. So finally, the issue of security. Peter Obi, as far as I'm concerned, it's my personal opinion though, he has no any experience in the military arena. Mr. Kwankwaso had a bid. If they actually come together, they'll be able to form a bloc and win the election. I believe so, because Peter Kwankwaso has a large number of votes in Kano, whether we like it or not. And all that is happening now is just that if you say you don't want to have my vote, whatsoever be the case, you'll come to dialogue because he has votes. Nobody can deny that. So it's all about politics. I hope they play their game well, and then we get the right candidate to rule the country for us. Thank you very much.
But Ruan, we have a general right now, right? That is, in fact, it has 3-point agenda. One of it, majorly, if not the first one, is security. So I'm not sure about the experience that Peter Obi does not have, specifically in military, not playing the part. If a general is there right now, and
okay.
If you want us to talk about that, I don't want us to go on air.
Yeah, Rohan, no, Rohan, I want to welcome Mohammed and Haruna. They just joined us. Let's hear from them first. When we get time, there are some questions for you on the comment section to Rohan that I may have to get you to answer. But let me hear from Mohammed. Mohammed, welcome to the show.
All right, thank you, Dr. Damages, and good afternoon to everyone on the panel. I just watched the performance of Kwankwaso in the Chatham House thing. I think he did well, but I think he did the same blunders that he has made in the past. There was a question about the merger with Labour Party, and I think he blew it. I think he took it personal. He shouldn't have done that. I think in the past, when the election started, he had there was a question about merging with Labour Party, and then he said the North has the numbers, so therefore, why would someone who has the advantage, sort of like run subject to someone who does not? And I felt, for someone who is, ironically, he raised the issue of Peter Obi's stance, whether he's for one Nigeria or the South, succeeding from Nigeria. I felt like with the peculiarity of Nigerian issues, he should have addressed that question in such a way that says that he's going to sensitize his people in recognizing that there is another part of the country that exists. So instead of having a northerner, govern for 8 years, and then let's have another northerner come in and then rule the country, he should have said, okay, we would work so that he can use that advantage that he has from the KKK state, including Jigawa, that they can join with whoever is supporting Obi so that we can have a southerner, govern the country. So that's one. I think he blew that issue. In the about security. So whether we like it or not, I think the numbers of security personnel in Nigeria as a country is abysmal. We need more security personnel in addition to other resources. That is definite. The whole idea of breaking it down into 3 different ties, that can only be possible if you recruit in more security forces into the country. In terms of qualification, so Kwankwaso keeps on saying that he's this, he's that. I think the implication is that okay, he's been into different tiers of the government, that he knows a lot of people that he can, talk to, because one of the issues that is facing Nigeria, especially with the politician, is the lack of will. Some of them do have good ideas, but then we have to recognize that there are obstacles. The guys with the big pockets, the people who would not want things to work. Buhari as a person himself, I think is a man of integrity, but I think he's not a good leader in the sense that as soon as things started going not his way, he sort of like just folded his arm and he's like, everybody do what you want. And I think that's part of the reason why we're in the situation that we're in. So I think Kwankwaso just keeps saying that in my opinion, my understanding from him saying he has all these experiences and he's been in different tiers of the government, is that the implication is that he can work with many people in different levels. Fourth thing that I want to say is, and I don't hear anybody even asking that question, is it a Nigerian electioneering system? Now, everybody knows that the North has the numbers. The South does not. But I think, to be honest, and by the way, I'm from the North, I'm from Kano. To be honest, we have been the victim of this continuous Northern rule of the country. And I think it's about time to do something else. Why is it that nobody is even asking the question that is any one of them willing to reconsider the electioneering system in Nigeria, where we can introduce maybe like the electoral college system, so that the numbers game does not advantage any part of the country? Nobody is even asking about that question. And I think it's not fair to always say that, oh, because we have the numbers, so we should have more advantage when it comes to that. My support is for Obi. I think it is time for the South to rule. Let's just forget about everything else. The thing is, and I think, in my opinion, it is best for Kwankwaso to keep running because it's advantageous for Peter Obi, in the sense that if Kwankwaso keeps running, the Northwest, with the highest number of votes, will remain split between APC, PDP, and NNPP. This way, if, for instance, Kwankwaso decides to withdraw, and that part goes to either Atiku or Tinubu or APC, one of them would have enough numbers, to be able to win the election over someone that I think is best fit to run the country now, given their performance, which is Peter Obi. So in my opinion, Kwankwaso should keep running to keep the Northwestern vote split. This way, whatever number, because as it is right now, for Obi to win the election, based on my opinion, he has to come with a very large number from his core base, which I do not think he has yet. There is a saying in Hausa land, a Friday that is going to be good, you start seeing it from the preceding Wednesday. So far, given all the performances of all the politicians, giving us access to interview them, the only person who has not committed any major blunder is Peter Obi. He has explained in the best creation that man has created, which is language and numbers, in terms of what Nigeria needs. He explains in the most simple terms. He uses numbers, he uses statistics, he uses analogies, he compares Nigeria to other countries, what they're doing and what we're capable of doing. Right now, I don't know what the question is. Why are we? Is it going to be Tinubu? Is it going to be this? They've already done what they have to do. He has provided access. He has traveled. He has been to town hall meeting. He was willing to be in debate, ask questions. He has addressed questions that you think might even make him lose his top, but he addressed them calmly in the most friendliest manner. So I think Peter Obi, in my opinion, should be the right candidate. Given that, first, it is even the turn of the South to govern. And second, based on his performance, what he has done during this electioneering season, he has been 100% perfect, in my opinion.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much. Haruna, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Been following you for years. I didn't know I'll get to connect with you today on this show.
Thank you.
I've been very much involved with the broadcast to sensitize Nigerians concerning the upcoming election. There's Dr. Haruna. I don't know if any of you have seen any of my listings. So
you are a superstar. I watch your video. You are a superstar. Yeah. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Every time.
Thank you. Thank you. And so I'm from Kaduna State, and I love what Mohammed just said from Kano State. I think we Northerners especially hardcore North, we are victims of the people, just a little team, a group of people that have used either our education or, poverty and so many other things, disrespect to to our imams, to our chiefs, to our emirs, this paying homage to them. So each time we are told to vote, we're not told about who is this person, what does he have to offer for Nigeria. We are told to vote on the basis of this person is from my place, primarily from my religion. And so because of that, it has affected the mindset of a typical Northerner. And that is being perpetuated, and that has come a long way. I mean, not long ago, Ganduje from Mohammed State, it's in our neighboring state, they called all the Muslim clerics from all over Nigeria, 70-something, representing different organizations, Shiites and all the others. And the agenda was that the two Muslim ticket is a score for them, and that having two Muslims is better for them. They are not. They said people shouldn't think about coming to do development or coming to infrastructure. They said it is about protecting the religion and for the propagation of the religion. So while somebody else is thinking about Nigeria, they may say they are inclusive, but in reality, we have seen that the whole thing is that they may not be as religious, but they use that, which is the opium of the masses, and use it to get the masses to keep voting. And as Mohammed said, I am asking, why must all the rest of the country, especially the Southeast, let me say this, the entire South, keep supporting us from the North? But even if you check the military regimes, it's always, even if there's a coup, a Northerner is the only one qualified. A Northerner is always the one qualified. And then it came to politics, and it's almost by accident that somebody like Obasanjo came in, and then he returned. Then Jonathan came in because a Northerner died, and then you see how immediately he couldn't make it with the second term. If it was a Northerner that was a sitting president during that time, I'm telling you, he wouldn't have conceded the way Jonathan conceded. But Jonathan said his being president is not the blood of any Nigerian is not worth shedding so that he can stay in power. But you can see the insecurity in the Northeast, insecurity in the Northwest and North Central, but then people are benefiting from it. And so as long as that goes on, they keep sneaking in and then controlling. So I would say my take is this, that if we truly believe in one Nigeria and not think that Nigeria belongs to only us from the North, especially far North, we don't, if there was a way of just handing the thing to Obi, whether he's a trader, because Buhari has proved to us that being a military person, officer, does not mean he can put security together. People that have degrees and whatever, what was happening where returning officers were professors and they were being bribed. So education is not, leadership is not about certificate. It's about having a mind for the people, having a vision. Where am I taking the people? Do I know what I want to do with them? And so far, initially, I wasn't, thinking about who should be. I was just doing general broadcast. But as I started to check and study all of them, it became obviously clear that anybody that truly wants to see a new Nigeria, we should give somebody like Peter Obi a chance. Moreover, we've never had somebody from the Southeast, especially the Igbos. And people are still going back to this, they're going to go, Biafra will come. The man has said he's not an Igbo president. Why should we accept what others say? But when it comes from Obi, we say no. And from what Kwankwaso was doing, from the questions he was answering, I think his only threat now, the one that is threatening him, sounds like Peter Obi, because he calls him like from a state somewhere in the corner. That is despising a whole team, a whole group. There are people that have made a difference in this nation. And I can tell you, looking at, even though I am from far north, you know, almost everybody around me, they're in Islam. But I'm telling you, if we truly want to see Nigeria go forward, we Northerners must stop being selfish and give the Igbos a chance. They have proved it. They can live anywhere, operate anywhere, do business under harsh conditions. And Nigeria is like a new business project because everything is messed up. And to get a bankrupt business, like a nation that is bankrupt, you need a person that is not vindictive, a person that is inclusive, a person, you notice they attack Obi over and over. Obi will never attack any personality. Very composed. He will still respect them. But now from saying that they are just on social media, they are just a little distant. And I know even on this platform, there may be people with their different preference, but I'm just saying equity for inclusiveness. Nigerians, we don't need a prophet to tell us it. We need to allow the Southeastern people. If we are one Nigeria, what are we afraid of? How many Northerners be running? Kwankwaso is there. Atiku is there. And then you go on. So and then they come now, Tinubu together with Shetima, saying the whole North, there's no one Christian in a nation that is already divided. So to me, it's still this old thing that we believe we Northerners must always govern. And then they keep using the Southwest as the one to divide people because of maybe greed. And so the Southwest will always side with our Northern brothers, but we are suffering more than even the Southerners because it's our people dying every day. But the few people are making money, they are staying in power, and they keep controlling. So to me, I wish there was a way to say, cancel the whole thing, hand it over to Obi, stop doing any wasted election that is false.
All right. Thank you, Haruna. Thank you so much for joining us today. We also acknowledge that I've watched some of your videos, and I'm glad you came here. So there are some questions on the comment sections. I don't know, before we get to some of them, I want Samuel. Samuel, welcome to the show.
My mic is mute.
Yeah, you unmute yourself. Okay. We lost Samuel. All right. So it's very important.
Can I say something?
Okay, go ahead, Max.
Just very, very brief. I'm a man of few words. I think you know the way they categorize countries underdeveloped, and developing countries. Nigeria doesn't fall in any of these three categories. We actually fall into an insane country. And I tap with what Haruna was saying. It's obviously clear. But again, I'm quite surprised that forefathers was mentioning something like about Obi not being clear about. I'm quite non-biased about who to support. Until today, I've made up my mind because I was waiting for Kwankwaso to say something. Peter Obi said yesterday in Chatham House, and I quote, you can Google it, he says, insecurity is a result of ineffective security strategy addressed by projecting strong leadership. We had headers crisis and all that. Buhari never fired his service chiefs and all that. Nigeria is still where it is now because God, for those who believe in God is a Nigerian. Because otherwise, Nigeria would have been worse than places like Somalia, you know? So I think the best thing for us to be doing is let us, like Peter B said, go and verify. Let us verify all these candidates. Let us let us research these people. Because if you go through all that they have said, put it in the computer, put it in your laptop, go through everything is there online, is already documented. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Samuel, welcome to the show. Each time I say Samuel, welcome to the show, he disappears. All right. I just want to make a side comment. I shouldn't do that, but I know that there are a lot of people watching from all over the world, and there are people who are on the comment section. There's someone on the comment section. I think I know who he is, and he's been making comments, and I just want to use this opportunity to address him. A simple, let me see what the name he's using today. Okay. Because even though it's freedom_simple, okay? This is a public forum. You are free to come up here and be part of this conversation. When you go on the comment section and just throw out certain things, comments that, especially if it's about the guests, people we have here, you can come in here and ask a question and talk to people if you have anything concern. But also, when you are, I don't normally lose my cool, but he's making me lose my cool. All right, I think the best thing is to ignore him. Welcome, Samuel. Let's see if I can get him. Samuel, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me, Dr. Damages?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I hope you prefer me to call you Dr. Damage.
Anyone, I answer every name. That's okay. Go ahead.
First and foremost, Dr. Damages, I want to say thank you for making some of us happy with your content. Always. Sometimes when you bring in your children, it's just so beautiful. Thank you so much for that. And coming into politics, this is my first time in your show. I just got off work, and I have not had time to listen to Kwankwaso, but from what some people have said, I'm feeling like he didn't meet up to the standard that was expected of him. First and foremost, I have to start by agreeing to the fact that he is among the intellectual class. But what I don't know is if he has grown beyond some basic biases. That is our problem in Nigeria, religious, tribal, and all of that. But is he intelligent? He is. Does he have the propensity to be a good leader? Absolutely. I was talking to a friend yesterday. I say, I just want to see P2B. Thank God he has redeemed all our faces. We should really appreciate God for P2B. He redeemed us. Because one other outing at the Chatham House made all of us Nigerians look like, like we are all dull people. But P2B came and redeemed all of us. And I knew that somebody like Kwankwaso will keep up to that bar that P2B has set. I was also expecting my brother Showore. I just love when Nigeria shows the world that we are super intelligent people, But if Kwankwaso were there and allowed some of his biases to overcloud his intelligence, that is so bad. Having said that, I want to appreciate what Dr. Haruna said, and I'm so happy that people in the North, especially the elite in the North, are beginning to see that even though there's a mindset that power belongs to them or must belong to them, but we have had this power for a long time, and even those of us in the North are not better off. We have the power, but we are even more poor than people in the South. So if we are laying claims to this power vigorously, why is it not improving us? Why is it not helping us? So if Nigeria must be together as a country, we have to learn how to rotate these things. And I don't want to poison anybody's heart. I am actually from the Southeast. Unless it is divine intervention. I'm in America. I listened to the entire presentation of the INEC chair, another hyper intelligent human being. Powerful presentation. And the man said diaspora voting could have been a possibility, but this is what is stopping us. Those people cannot endorse it, and I cannot enact it without a law backing it up. So we can do diaspora vote. I don't know why Kenya can do such a thing and the so-called giant of Africa cannot do it. Look at all of us abroad. Look at all of us abroad. They are denying us ability to contribute to a country that we send money to. But like what the man said intelligently, it's not about the money. Oh, we need the people to keep sending the money. But it's not about the money. It's about the fact that you guys have the right and a say to your country. But this cabal frightens me, people. And some of us are not in Nigeria to go and vote. And we are doing our best by sensitizing people on ground. But we have to appreciate that regardless of the sensitization, if they are given that money, the likelihood of them selling their vote is there. That's number one. Regardless of the sensitization, voter apathy have not been handled. A lot of people on that day will stay home. So these millions of voters registration that they quote, the figure of voters registration, it sounds good and encouraging. But you see, on that day, the people who come out to vote will not match up to the millions that have registered. It frightens me. And if all of this thing continues, the chances of our beautiful country, a man said God must be a Nigerian. I don't know if it's Dr. Haruna that said it, but somebody said it and the person is true. Because if God is not Nigeria, if this thing that happened here happened in other countries, Jesus Christ, there will be fire on the mountain and there's no fire service that can put it off. But God must love us so much that even with all our craziness, he's still putting us together. Many things happen without accountability. People were killed. Look at that beautiful lawyer in Lagos. Look at the lady in the north that was set ablaze. Things go out and, after we talk about it for 1 week, it dazzles down and life goes on. No, sir. We can't continue like that. So as I conclude, because I know some other people might want to say something, as I conclude, I would want to really say for us to continue what we are doing. I wish P2B all the best. My friend asked me, who is your preferred person? Somebody should not call me. This is not a good time to call me. Hold on, people. I have to get this call off. And I can't even see the person calling me. If you can hear me, let me continue talking.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can get it off. Call. Can you imagine trying to mess up my presentation? Dr. Damages, forgive me. Now, somebody asked me, what is your preference? And I said to the person, it will shock you. I said, I'm scared of 2023, but I'm not going to speak it here because I don't want to abuse anybody's mind. I say, however, for whatever reason, my preference is that man, what's his name? My preference is the Yoruba guy, Showore. I say, but because I'm an Igbo man and I have my own biases, I would want P2B to go because P2B is equally as intelligent as Showore, just for the sake of equity and balance. I say, and he said, why do you say Showore is your preference? I say, P2B will fix the nation, but his gentility, his reasoning, he will not put so many people in prison. I say, but the kind of madness that have gone to Nigeria, somehow I will be happier to see somebody who will be using one hand to fix the nation. Dr. Damages, the Bible now. Like Nehemiah, he's using one hand to build. He's using the other knife with one hand, though, block with another hand. It is Showore that can bring a knife and a block combination. With one hand is building, with the other hand is putting some people in prison. People have to pay for the madness they have done. But P2B can recover our money, forgive some people, and build the nation. But either of them, we have smart people. My conclusion today is that Nigeria, we are blessed with hyper intelligent people. All of us on this program, Dr. Haruna, everybody here, an average Nigerian is so blessed that we can, if I give this nation to any of us here, this nation will transform. So we don't have a problem. We don't have human resource problem. What we have is evil leaders that have been ruling over us, and God will deliver us from them. Dr. Damages, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your intervention. And that's the beauty of what we do here, which is anybody can come in here and air their views. And sometimes we get wonderful views from wonderful people that we don't know who is coming in. And we appreciate everybody at the time. All right. So So Haruna, what do you expect now that will happen? We are trying to project. It doesn't appear as if there will be a debate, any more debate. It doesn't appear. I know. I wanted to mention this because Sydney was talking about the polling coming up. There will be more polling, and people have questioned that, including the candidates themselves. They said the polling methodology is not accurate, that we can't trust it. People say that these people who show up at the political events are paid. So how do we know who is doing well? Because it's important, because if we don't know who is doing well, then the credibility of the final result will become something that people will question. So how do you think we are going to have the assurance that if on that day somebody is announced as a winner, people will say, yeah, that makes sense?
Yeah. Is it me you want to respond to that?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Yeah, I think just hearing Kwankwaso is not so easy, even when, because anytime somebody loses, it's either the referee didn't do well, or another player didn't pass it the way it should be, or there's always an excuse, because all of them, have invested in it. I would say maybe the one that has invested the lowest, as it has to do with dipping into the pocket, is Peter, because I'm directly in touch with almost all of them now. So it will be difficult for them to accept, but it will be very obvious, especially when there's no close tie where it needs a rerun. I kind of feel that even the Kwankwaso that spoke the way he did, he would, because the moment it comes, if he came to Chatham House and said, I will concede, I just want a better Nigeria, he knows his momentum will immediately go down, and a lot of the Kwankwasarians will kind of, stop following him. So it's smart for him to say he knows he's going to win, which is what they all say until they finally lose. So what's currently going on now, if we go by the statistics of the registered voters and the people that will finally pick up the ones that have collected their PVCs, the ones, especially the new registration, the younger generation from 18 to about 45, they are about 70-something%. So which gives the young people a leverage. However, the challenge, if now the young people will all come out and vote and not get frustrated, because currently they've been running with the obedient movement, for months now, sponsoring themselves, so they don't really have energy, they don't have the fuel, they don't have the money, and Obi is not giving anybody anything, because he's telling them that you want to save your nation, so whatever you can do, you have to invest, because I'm only coming to work with you, but because when people invest in an election, they want to get their money back. That's why there's a lot of corruption. So it's a smart thing to let the citizens, let it be a self-sponsored run, which is the only one we see currently going that way, is only the obedient movement. So if they all come out, the youth that were on the street before the campaign starts, just that energy, and they take it to the polls, there will be no need for a rerun. However, as a northerner, the challenge is this. Many of our young ones that may be eligible voters, if the same old thing is done by block voting, vote because you're a Muslim, vote because you're a northerner, don't vote a southerner, don't vote an infidel, and they carry that to the polls, then the numbers game will start to play, and there may be, where you will find out that there may be a close tie. But however, there's already a big problem for Atiku with all that's happening with him. So Atiku, before the elections, Atiku is going to even have a bigger thing hit him so hard that he may even either withdraw or go in for a big, shameful display when the polls come in. So I would say generally, it's kind of difficult to tell now, but Labour Party just came into Kaduna today to the campaigns going on now, the rally, and then they're going back to back, and tomorrow will be Mina, the inquirers, in Niger State, and that's so. It's now we will see from the north what is there, because he's been to the south, but we haven't seen the north. So we'll see how the momentum picks up. However, I think the challenge, if I will talk from maybe now, I'm almost becoming obedient, even though a northerner is not supposed to be obedient, but we have learned to be obedient this time around. So, but I think our other challenge is that the running mate is a man of integrity, a person that is visionary, but is not charismatic. And so, and I'm so happy with the coming in of people like Aisha, but they see her as a repentant Muslim and a loose woman who is a rebellious woman. So we still need some northerners that are very strong, that will come up front. Then the moment that happens, the polls will be obviously clear. The dividing line will be clear. But I think it will take us another 1 week or to 1.5 to be able to know whether anybody gives a poll, whether I think this is going to be the decider, not the first three that has happened. But now that OB is coming to the north, we'll be able to get a balanced poll.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Austin, welcome to the show.
I greet you, everyone. Really, I think it's getting exciting.
I'm going in now.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's getting exciting. You know, people used to complain that the Obi did not go to the north. I like thinking as if I was Obi. If you ask me a question about anybody, I remove myself from being myself to being that person. So I told myself, if I'm Obi, I'll wait for all these big boys to go to the north, do their thing. Then I come closer to the election and change all their minds and go back home to the south.
Austin.
Yeah.
You have some back-end information.
Yeah. So that's what I think. And I think that is what is happening now. Go to Kano, do your
that is the plan.
Then when you are ready, closer to the election, which I know you cannot go back to the north, I go change their mentality, tell them the truth, what they have to gain, then go back to the south and we cast the votes. Look, the visit at the Chatham, like I'll tell you this. Somebody made a point that God seems to be in Nigeria. And I think that is true. I was 2 days ago and yesterday, I was just seeing how APC and PDP were fighting themselves. You thief pass. No, now you thief pass. You thief pass. The recrimination is beginning to work for us somehow. They used to say that when the gods want to kill a man, they make him mad first. I think the madness has entered into their ranks. Let them kill themselves first. By the time they finish killing themselves, Nigerians know what is open. So it has never been it has never been this good. That's what I will say. I will tell you that the visit to the Chatham House by Obi was extremely good and had to redeem an image. Imagine when a foreigner tells you that, look, when our president two door, you don't know anything. I miss all on our two door. So I think Obi made us very okay. I had to jump into Kwankwaso's speech today. I think I saw that speech for about 5 minutes. It was not that impressive to me, but there's something I got at. In fact, there was something I heard that made me feel I just want to go. Kwankwaso always liked this issue of, I am this. I have been in the game for 30 years. I am experienced. I've been minister of this. I've been minister of this. I've been minister of this. I've had this post. Come on. There is one thing I know we should drive every person that's ready to serve: humility. Humble yourself. Learn from people. You have been in that position. What have you done? What are the things you have done in the past? Yes, he has been good in education. I feel that there are some little ethnic background that is still holding Kwankwaso captive. That thing that I must be bigger than you. The best leaders should be the best servants. And that is why some of us who are Christian, Jesus Christ has to remove his towel from his waist, go and wash the feet of the apostle, to tell them that I serve you, but I'm bigger than you. That is one thing I think Kwankwaso have not learned yet. Humble yourself, calm down. That's why when I always tell my students, whenever I'm a BSc student, I see a master's degree student, I say, you are better than me. A master's degree see a PhD student, say you are better than you. A PhD sees a professor, you are better. If professor see Professor Emeritus, he will say, yes, you are bigger than you. If Professor Emeritus see God, he'll say, God, you are bigger than me. So everybody gets your gap. So I think you should learn to calm down, humble yourself, lower yourself, learn. And after learning, you will be the best leader possible. And that is one thing I don't see in Kwankwaso. He believes that I must be bigger than you. I must control you. Then you will never learn. I always say it in this show. The best ideas I've always learned whenever I was a president came from people who were nobody. And I was leading them. When they say something, you point one person you think is nobody, and the person gives you the best idea to move ahead. Nobody knows it all. And that is one tick that I gave P2B. He said that people have done social services like insurance, health insurance elsewhere. If we don't know, we go learn them. That was one thing I tick very well. If you don't know, go learn them. That is why there are case studies. So I think Kwankwaso, anyhow, I wish him well, but I think if I will still go, I'll still tick Obi's box. That is just my own point.
All right, thank you. Anybody wants to add something? The question I have on the table is, how do we know who is doing well? It's very important to me, and it's very important for us to be able to accept the results of final result that will be announced. The way of measuring who is doing well.
I think from one of the best ways to know is from the momentum that you see in the campaign trail. But this, for me, the strongest indication is from the polls. And it's a little bit alarming that Nigerians, they don't take polls. I don't know how much polls cost, and they don't do a lot of polling, because polling is also important, because it also helps avoid a level that is, it might still be the level of rigging. The poll is indicating one thing in such a massive way, and suddenly you find that the result goes the other way, then there's no guessing anymore. You will see that, okay, how did this happen? Your own poll is showing that you are losing. Your own poll is showing that you are losing, and you still manage to come and win. So I think polling is also important for people to have an idea of what is going on the ground. And for whatever reason, it's not happening enough in Nigeria. And regarding the strategy that Augustine said about Peter Obi, I'm not sure that is a safe strategy. Can you imagine Kwankwaso coming to the South a few weeks before the election to try to convince Southerners? They'll be like, I don't know who you are. So we have that strategy. Personally, is alarming to me, because I feel like his lack of presence in the North seems to be reflecting the kind of, by and large, even if P2B talks like a statesman actually, and I think he will excel as a statesman eventually, even after he becomes a president. But in terms of his presence in the North, he's acting almost like Kwankwaso. He doesn't show up as much there, and that can be concerning, because the election is just about a month away. He needs to be up there so that people get to know him. I keep saying it. He just has to learn about 12 words of Hausa and show up at the Imam Mosque. And wherever he shows up, he doesn't have to have a large crowd. This large crowd thing, talk to the people. At least let them not feel like you are a threat. Because what Kwankwaso is painting Peter Obi as is not healthy. This is what is going to lead to them going there. Oh, we don't want this kind of person. No, Kwankwaso say he's like one of those, Biafrans and all the rest. You don't want that kind of stuff, that kind of impression to be painted of Peter Obi. And if he shows up there at the last minute, they'll be like, but Kwankwaso say it's like this. And they're not going to be sure. And they're not going to want to vote for him. They will err on the side of caution and vote for the ones that they know. And I think that he's leaving it too long. He needs to start heading to the North, talking to them, speaking their languages, sitting there, because the South, I think the South is already covered. He can always have Dati go to the South and talk to Southerners, but go to the North and really engage with them there. Find another political figure that you can go with to go and engage with them, at least to soften the blow in the North, because I find that the North can be highly, highly polarized from the last results at previous elections. They can vote for one person up to 90% or 80% of the vote. That is very, very strong. So you want to soften the blow so that at least you get 25% in some of the states in the North. Because I believe Peter Obi will make the best leader for this country for a long time. He doesn't play tribal politics. He talks, he is quite empathetic. Naturally, he doesn't have to pretend to be that way. He has a lot to offer. So some of the things I feel like recently he's been a little bit reining himself back. I know that they have a lot to worry about. Only for me to, last week, I think last week or so, I saw that Buhari actually survived an assassination attempt before he became president. His car was literally blown up. So these leaders have a lot of things to worry about. So it's easy for me to sit here and tell him, go to the North, go this, go left. But if he can make it there, that's very important. If you can go to BBC Hausa, talk to the Northerners, so that people like Kwankwaso cannot be playing this tribal nonsense that they are doing. Even Atiku did it too. say we don't want a southern leader. No, all that needs to stop. That is what he needs to go there and tell them. They are not stupid. He should trust the northerners to listen to him.
Forefathers, a lot is going on from my own position. I don't want to disclose it, but a lot is going on. You've said well, a lot is going on in the north, and PO's presence will only put icing on the sugar. On the cake, sorry. Thank you.
I think I'll side AB in this because I've seen a lot of things going in the north. That is why you see this obedient movement is difficult to kill. It's very difficult because you don't even know who is at the forefront. If it's a case where one person is leading, you can say, okay, let me catch this person as the dictators will do. Catch this person, imprison the person. But this way, you don't even know. It's like the NSAS. You don't know who is the head and who is the tail. While you are holding person A, you will see another person B, gathering people and telling them that Peter B. I saw one thing in the north where this young man was gathering some women and talking to them in the north. And I saw a lot of this, not only in one situation, 2, 3, 4. So you don't even know who is the right person to hold. But I think somehow it's true that the large core northwest, the Muslim north, will be a difficult terrain to go through. But I think it's like the issue we always say, every day more people add to the numbers. Every day as the time passes, you see more people add to the numbers. And I'll tell you, the more we go in all these things, the more we hear the presidential candidates speak, the more you see people who were even supposed to vote for Mr. A change their mind and say, no, I'm voting for Mr. B. All of us know good thing. If we see good thing, we know it. So let's tell ourselves that. But I think there will be the polls that will come later will surely show us exactly where this thing will swing to.
All right. Maxwell, you want to say something? I have a question for I think when I mention a name, that person disappears. I have a question. So now one of the things that might also happen, I'm happy that we have Shawara coming on Sunday. His party is trying to have a kind of arrangement for the election with PRP. And I know that some parties as we go towards the election, some parties will try to merge or have this structural thing they put in place. What are you expecting, and how do you? Anybody can take a guess. I don't think we have insiders here as such. But what do you expect, and what will make more impact?
For the case of Shore, I think is aligned with PRP, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you could have more vote from there, of course, Kwankwaso will have a great hit if you could have a lot of vote from there. And if that happens, there are tendencies of Atiku having low vote from the north, as well as Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it still boils down to the issue of, if you're not careful, it may likely boil down to the issue of Reron. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Austin.
When it comes with alignment, I think that if Showore merges with other small parties, yes, they can make a statement, maybe at that level, but I don't think it will be a big one. Where I'm thinking, I don't know, Kwankwaso will never want to align with Obi. I don't think that will happen because from the words he utters, he feel as if there is this, especially when the merging failed at the beginning. So I don't feel he will want to come back. And I think the only thing is that aspect, as I mentioned, humility. I don't think so. Even if he goes for a rerun, I don't see him pairing with Obi if Obi is at the
what will be his option? Where do you think he will likely go?
I think he's going to lean towards the article. He's going to lean towards the article, not even Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But see where I think, as I said, there is somebody somewhere, like there's a god somewhere playing the whole thing. Now that APC is coming for the neck of the PDP, once articles start going down, I feel that most PDP stalwarts will have no option than to join Obi. That's what I think. Because there is no way that Tinubu's camp comes for the head of article. Then you expect the article camp to support the Tinubu. It won't work.
And you don't, okay.
And they know that too. They know that Atiku will support Peter Obi if he goes to his second this round.
Thank you. So that is why I said.
Hold on. What, forefathers, what did you say? That Atiku will.
I think Atiku will support Tinubu if he doesn't make it to the second round. I believe so.
And there is also a possibility for Kwankwaso coming together still. These people are politicians. Don't rule out that fact. They are politicians. They want to get to power.
Atiku will support Tinubu. I did say in my head, Atiku will support Peter Obi. That's what I meant to say. Did I say Tinubu?
Yeah, that was
ridiculous. No, sorry about that. That's ridiculous. No way, that's not happening. I just played it in my head. I was like, I thought no. It was no. It's Peter Obi. Sorry about that. That's ridiculous. No. That's ridiculous. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Forefathers, I was going to ask you, did you see what Kiyamo was saying?
No. He would never support. No. It was always Peter Obi because Peter Obi was his running mate, and the way they are very. No, I even suspect that Atiku wants Peter Obi to do well. He's sabotaging PDP. Atiku is basically sabotaging PDP itself. It's almost like he wants Peter Obi to do well. I believe if Atiku doesn't make it to the second round, he's going to endorse Peter Obi. That's quite obvious to me.
All right, let's welcome Chima.
Ridiculous.
Hold on. Chima. Yeah, okay, hold on, Dr. Maxwell. Chima, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dr. Damage. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. So where are you joining us from?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, my name is Chima Marcos. I'm joining from Vietnam, Southeast Asia.
Wow. I hear that from Peter Bill's mouth. I didn't know that they are Nigerians.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been following your program. I also thank everyone in the program. I greet you all. So I've been following your program for a very long time. I've been following some of your, your show and address. So and today is my first time of joining you.
Yeah, thank you.
So So from my own view, I believe everyone is entitled for his or her own opinion. So from my own opinion and the thing I have seen about the whole things that is happening in the country like Nigeria, So we all know how the arrangement, we all know how the Nigeria arrangement was put together. You understand? From my own opinion, I believe that the best way is the path of freedom, because as you are seeing all these things now, Nigeria is in the verge of breaking up. Forget about this election. A lot of people put their hope in this election, many youths. So, but from my own point of view, the only solution to Nigeria problem is division, because we all know how Nigeria was put together, both the amalgamation and the dangerous diversity we all have. So Nigeria is going, it's not going to work, So the only thing to do is just to divide the country so that everybody will go their separate way, It will end the insecurity in the country.
Chima, let me ask you. Let me ask you. I know there was a war in Vietnam. Is there anything that Nigeria could learn from how they put it all together again after that war?
Yes, like in Vietnam, Vietnam before Vietnam is not one country. They have Northern Vietnam and they have Southern Vietnam. Southern Vietnam is Ho Chi Minh, while the north is Hanoi. The Hanoi in Vietnam was controlled by the communists during the colonial era, while the Southern Vietnam was controlled by the Republicans, the US. So they fought the US, the Northern Vietnam communist state. They captured the Vietnam, the fall of Saigon. Here I am in Ho Chi Minh City. They capture the country, then they have the arrangement. They come together. They have to come together and talk together as brothers. Vietnam, now they unite together. Like Vietnam now, North and South is not the same. But with the arrangements after the fall of Saigon, after the US evacuated from Vietnam, so they come and have the arrangements. The socialists of Vietnam, it's supposed to be like that in Nigeria. After all those 1966 coup, they're supposed to come together and arrange the country, because of the greedy and the selfishness and selfish interests of our politicians. They keep the country like that, and it's not benefiting from everybody. Everybody is crying the insecurity everywhere. By now we don't even supposed to talking about election. You know, by now we're supposed to call national conference and to talk if we can still negotiate the Nigeria, the existence of Nigeria, or are we going to go? Because for me, I prefer we should go. Everybody should go their separate way, because if everybody go their separate way, they can be able to protect their border, you know, and know who is coming in and who is coming out. All these insecurities, it cannot solve anything. In the issue of obedient now, if Obi happens to get there, I like his view. Obedient, I like what he's doing. I like his passion. I like what he have in his heart for Nigerians. But the question we should be asking now is the North going to allow Peter Obi to govern his administration very well? Or are they going to terminate his administration the same way they did to Goodluck Jonathan? They use insecurity, you know, because you know the North, you know how they do. They always see the Southern North as, you know. So the only thing we can do to Nigeria is division. Because Nigeria, according to amalgamation, 1914 have ended, you know, everything 100 years. So they are still managing Nigeria. The best thing we should do is division. This is the only time.
So
yes,
he's in
this is my own
Vietnam.
view.
Ask him how much the size of Vietnam military. Do you know?
I don't actually know. Yeah.
Then why are you saying that when we break up Nigeria, that's when we are going to get security? Maybe you should check Vietnam number. You find out.
Vietnam now they are one people. Like Vietnam, they are now homogeneous. You know, so, like it's not like that in Nigeria. Nigeria, they have different multi-ethnic group, multinational. You know, it's not going to work.
Vietnam has almost
Hold
on. Vietnam has almost 5.5 million military personnel. That's just in the army alone.
Chima,
you wonder why they have security.
Chima, thank you. We will next time when
that's my own view, you know. Yeah, I believe everyone is entitled for his own opinion. That's my own opinion, you know.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much, Chima.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I'm so much.
Can I talk about the question you asked, Doctor?
Yeah, let me hear from Maxwell, then I'll come to you, Samuel. Maxwell, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chima, for your contribution. Yeah, you're entirely entitled to your opinion. Opinions are not usually facts anyway. If you want to know the facts, ask anybody from South Sudan how far. Okay, they broke out from Sudan. They are not great, but again, it's still your opinion. We don't have. Let us realize what we have in the here and now. What we have in the here and now is a country called Nigeria, and at the moment, we don't have any other country apart from Nigeria. I'm sorry, Chima. There is no other passport you traveled with other than Nigerian passports. Those people asking for cessation from Nigeria, ask them how they can establish the central bank of any country they want to be like. It's not easy, my brother. If you can go and research that. Secondly, those people looking for cessation from Nigeria, so far, I'll use the Southeast as an example. Who are the people you are going to use as your policy makers? Are they the same people that tell their own fellow brothers and sisters to stay at home when they know that for them to achieve economic viability is for them to trade, but they force them to stay at home? Those governors in the states where those people are there, are they not from the Southeast? But that's by the way. Another
that
thing
is what I'm saying. Thank you. That is what I'm saying. It's because of how the arrangement was put together.
You know,
that is why people are hesitating. If the system is working fine, people will not be.
Okay, hold on, guys. Doctor, hold on, Dr. Maxwell. You see, at the beginning, when someone said that Chatham House, that he had issues with Chatham House, why are they going there to speak? What I said was that, okay, where we are now is that he went there, he spoke, we're here to talk about what he said, what it means.
Yes.
So the same thing with this, the topic we're talking about today is we're taking reactions to what Kwankwaso said. You know, when we go on this tangent, we go all the way and everything, you'll be confused about where we started. So we're not going there. But if you want to have this conversation, you can join us on Saturday. I'm bringing the chairman of the World Igbo Congress. So he's going to come here to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, P2B, Simon Ekpa, and the new stay at home he ordered for next Monday and Tuesday. So we can have that conversation on that day. But let's just round up this on what we started so that we can go all the way.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. That's why I emphasize on that's by the way. You asked a question. how could you know somebody who is doing better? Forefathers mentioned something about polling. I think our people should, Nigerians are very educated. We should not actually key into these polling things. I don't know why it is us who are diaspora, and majority of the diaspora will be more interested on the polling. But again, my view is that people should try as much as possible to be non-biased about these politicians who are contesting, listen to them and see what they are saying. I think supporters are not usually voters and are mindful of that. But in order to get who is actually the supporter or the voter, you should actually listen to it, because one of the things in the polling that came up that most people don't talk about is that the amount of independent voters are actually very high. Not undecided voters. Undecided voters is very high, but nobody is usually talking about that. And you know why? Because most of us don't want to say who we want to vote for, because of fear of retribution that comes. Because I believe that most people who are talking about they want to vote for the ruling party or the alternative, they actually want to vote for somebody else, but they cannot come out there. But what I believe again is that if I'm going by what the INEC chairman was talking about in Chatham House, that will be fantastic. But again, we have all lost hope in what our policymakers convey back to us. Again, why is that? Again, my only problem with majority of us in Nigeria is that we are too emotional without actually actually being articulate, like thinking with our head. We use our heart to make decisions. We are talking about coalition. In my view, any coalition less than 40 days to the election is dead on arrival. It's not going to work. I'm sorry, because this is somebody who has campaigned all over. Let's use an example like Tinubu, who went through how many states? Obi went to how many states? Atiku has gone to how many states? If you make a coalition, how are you going to reverse that? The reality is that our electoral processes is a transactional. Again, going back to that Obi's this thing, our electoral is so transactional. How can we have 18 candidates? Yes, it's freedom of association. Yes, it's freedom of expression. But we need to try as much as possible to start being realistic, for goodness sake. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, we round up. I want you to think, gather your thoughts. Go ahead. Samuel, I know I said you should say something. Go ahead, Samuel.
Yes, before we take a break, I'll try to make it brief. In talking about alliance, somebody spoke about Kwankwaso and why the alliance with Labour Party did not work. It is the Sikh superiority mentality that is absolutely insensitive, because if you are sensitive in examining the process, you will know that supporting P2B would make sense, and P2B has traction more than you. I know you have traction, I'm not even denying that, but you say you have traction in the north, you might reduce P2B's traction only in the south or in the southeast, but P2B's traction went beyond south, southeast, even to a global kind of traction. A lot of people everywhere, all over the world, online, threw their weights behind P2B. So if you were sensitive in your analysis or in your judgment, you would have really allowed for that merger to work, and you will have a beautiful place in the government. Now, that beautiful place in the government, because when your program, and thank God for people like you, Dr. Damages, and this program, because the world and Nigeria gets to listen. Possibly even the candidates also get to listen to this program. You never can tell. Maybe they listen to it, or the people that work with them listen to it. So I want to use this program, therefore, to bring an appeal. I want to appeal to all conscientious Nigerians, all conscientious candidates. I want to appeal to everybody that truly have the mindset of nationhood, that really wants to salvage this country, That is the alliance I'm hoping, I'm praying that God will make happen. Now, I know this is politics, and I know there is politicking, and I know there is political dimension to everything, but this is time in Nigeria that we might have to go beyond politics and focus on nationhood. This is time in Nigeria that a Showore will tell himself, since Obi has a good intention, I'm going to make this happen. A Kwankwaso, if he wills, will tell himself, since Obi has a good intention. All of them with good intention, not people who are struggling, who is the finest thief, who is the smartest thief, who is out thieving the other. But those ones in this race with a very solid intention to redeem the nation, if there's going to be any alliance from those people, that would be a no-brainer. I said I'll keep it short. I hope it's short enough. Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It's short. So like I said, we will come back in just a few minutes.
I'm excited today because I'm with an amazing Nigerian that has a lot to offer. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Omokosom Chinyere Abdullahi.
Lovely.
Popularly known as Katie.
Katie.
Yes.
Which one is Katie?
What a nickname.
Okay, nickname. Okay, so you have started with Hausa language. That means from the, so what are the languages you speak?
I speak Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo.
Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo.
Yes.
English and Pidgin.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Très bien. All right. So since you started the Hausa before I prompted, let's go to the Hausa. You are from where?
I'm from Kano State.
You are from Kano.
Yeah.
Okay. So Keba.
Bakano Achi.
Bakano Achi. Da kyau. Daidai ina a Kano.
Daga inda muka fito kake magana daga Sumaila ne kauyen mu a Kano.
Da kyau. Okay. Hausan ya kika ji Hausa?
Saboda ni ba Haushiya ce kuma Hausa muke a gidanmu.
A nan Lagos.
A nan Lagos.
Daidai ina a Lagos.
A cikin Agege, garin Agege.
Ina ne a garin Agege?
Akwakwa uku.
Kwakwa uku. Na ji labari cewa Akwakwa uku daidai kamar muna can arewa ne, gaskiya?
Babu ƙarya a ciki.
Akwai fura da nono?
Babu abin da ka nema, dan wake komai gurasa. Awara komai dai da ka sani ake ce a arewa akwai shi.
Kuma ana faɗa harshen Hausa daidai
kamar sosai Yarbawan cikin garin Kwakwa kuma suna jin Hausa.
Yarbawan da suke a sakiyar ɗinku suna jin Hausa?
Suna jin Hausa.
Sosai ma? Kuna aure tare da su ko?
A sosai akwai wanda muke auren juna da su.
Da kyau. Okay. Yoruba, ẹgbọ́ Yoruba?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
Báwo lẹ ṣe gbọ́ Yoruba?
Mo gbọ́ Yorùbá nítorí pé ìyá tó bí bàbá mi Yorùbá ni.
Yorùbá ni wọ́n.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọmọ ìlú wo ni wọ́n?
Àwórì.
Àwórì ti bo?
Ọ̀jọ́.
Àwórì Ọ̀jọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Okay, so èdè wo lẹ máa ń sọ nílé?
Hausa la máa ń sọ.
Hausa lẹ máa ń sọ nílé.
Nígbà mìíràn náà máa ń sọ Yorùbá lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan.
But ẹ bá Yorùbá gbé?
Ní tenant nílé wa.
Okay.
Ilé tí dádì wa ní ni, so a gba tenant.
So ṣé ní school ẹ ti kọ́ Yorùbá yẹn?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni láti kékeré.
Tẹ́ bá jáde lọ síta ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ bá padà sí Hausa lè máa sọ Hausa ni bàbá yín máa ń sọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni dó èmi ò gbọ́jú mọ́ bàbá mi but Hausa ni mo gbọ́ tí wọ́n ní bí wọ́n máa ń sọ nílé.
So gbogbo okay ṣé ẹ̀yin ni àkọ́bí àbí.
Èmi làbí gbẹ̀yìn.
Ẹ̀yin làbí gbẹ̀yìn.
Inú àwa méje obìnrin 3 ọkùnrin 4.
ni ìyá yín bí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Gàtẹ́ ń pe orúkọ yín ẹ sọ pé Chinyere.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Chinyere. Kí ni ìtumọ̀ Chinyere?
God gift.
Ẹ gbọ́ Igbo?
Mo gbọ́ díẹ̀.
Ẹ gbọ́ díẹ̀. Ị na-asụ Igbo?
Ana m asụ Igbo.
Ị na-asụ Igbo?
Ana m asụ.
So mma gị wụ onye ebe?
Mma m bụ onye Imo State.
Imo State. Mpaghara ole n'Imo State?
Obo local government.
Obo local government.
Yes.
Ebe n'ime Obo?
Amuzi.
Ị gago ebe ahụ na mbụ?
Ana m aga.
Ị na-aga ya?
Ana m aga.
So iwu onye ọbịa ị gahala ebe ahụ?
Ama m ụlọ very much.
Ị ma ụlọ ọfụma?
Of course.
Gị onwe gị nwere ike ịga ebe ahụ sọ gị nwa ị nwere ike ịga ebe ahụ?
Yes.
Obo. Ị likere ebe ahụ?
I like it.
You like it too much. Okay. So Maggie wu nwafọ Igbo complete. Mpaya na mmanya wu ndị Igbo. But so mpa gị lụrụ ya?
Lụrụ ya now brought her to Lagos.
Now brought her to Lagos.
Yes.
Wonderful. Gịnị bụ aha mma gị?
Susanna.
Aha ya n'Igbo?
Chinoroku Susanna.
Wow.
Okoroafọ.
Nwanne chai. Okoroafọ.
Yes. Ada Okoroafọ.
Mom. Onye wụ Ada?
Yes. One and only Ada.
You mean ya?
So ya be wine.
Okay,
mix of.
here, face me like face good. I go see Lisa, I go see a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. Yeah, this situation, we don't get you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi. Then go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's how we go there. Make you not sell your photo, no shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, Chuku still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again. Everybody rise again. Tire for the talk. Nobody want to do no.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. So this story is making the news from what happened today. Like someone predicted here, headline says Kwankwaso mocks Obi at Chatham House. I'm a PhD holder, not a trader. So that's one of the headlines from the today's event. So we're getting the final thoughts. Anybody? We start from you, Ebi. Final thoughts on what happened today.
Well, final thought. I think I made almost my final thought in my initial thoughts. I have eyes, and I have pretty smart brain. I think over my lifetime, I can tell that I've excelled academically and in character, and I've been told severally. In fact, my wife's friend, I told my wife that I'm a good guy. So I know that I can make simple judgments. Okay. And I've seen all the candidates. In fact, one of them used to be my favorite in the name of Omoyele Sowore. But because I am by nature a realist, and when you are looking for solution, especially if you're a project manager, which I have as part of my skills, you just look within the resource that you have to conclude or reach the main objective of that project, because project is usually targeted. You must start, you must have an end goal, and it must be bounded within a timeline. It's not operational, like forever, continuous. So when I put everything on ground and I narrowed it down to Peter Gregory Obi, based on various factors that cut across, not the vertical thing where you become very good in this and then the other graph, your bar chart is just low. Bill Clinton became one of the favorite American presidents because he cut across. He knows a bit of everything and matches everything in terms of character and all that. This is not a bishop appointment where the Bible says must have one wife and not be a beater of wife, all those conditions. This is the president of Nigeria who will sit over the Christian, the Muslim, the humanist, atheist, people who don't believe in anything, Shangu worshippers, Ogun worshippers, everything. So that person must be flexible all across. And I found by my own analysis, the man that cut across all this from what I can see, Peter Obi should be the next president of Nigeria. And thank you, everyone. That's my own summary.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ron, you're next. Ron, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, I'm lost.
Final thoughts.
Well, I hope and I wish we have the best president that will be able to salvage our nation for us. That's what I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Forefathers.
Regarding what Ebi said about projects, that jogged my memory during the presentation of Peter Obi. He described Nigeria as a project, and I think that is something he wants to avoid next time, because projects have an end date, and the last thing you need, you guys can make the deduction. Rohan, you said something about, whether we are a kind of Kwankwaso because he's educated or not. It's not about whether he's educated, it's about the way he's denigrating some other profession. And so that is, this is the thing we do sometimes. When we support our candidate, we don't see their faults, what they are doing. And he's denigrating the profession.
Forefathers, I don't have any candidate, please.
Everybody, okay, then I'm surprised you didn't see that part of it then. Okay, let's say your point of view because you are from the north, you didn't perceive that aspect of it. So you want to notice that when he's doing what he's doing. We are not criticizing his qualifications. As a matter of fact, personally, I've always said it, with these ASU lecturers, I don't, just because you're educated means that you are infallible. We clearly know what they do with their students and all the rest of it. So point is that regarding the direction the election is going, obviously Peter Obi seems to be the best candidate, given all his presentation and the way he presents himself as a leader. He doesn't talk down to any part of the country, and I hope that is rewarded, because Nigeria needs people like that in office. And from my point of view anyway, I just feel like somebody said that he's in Kaduna today. That is what we want to see. He should remain there. Don't go back to Umuahia anytime soon, and just stay there till the election day, and I think he will probably win when he does that. So that we can start this project, this work that we are going to do during his time in office. It's going to take a lot of work. Nigerians have to know this is going to take time, and it's going to be hard. I think somebody said that Nigeria is lucky. Yes, we are lucky. We have a lot of things going for us. It could be a lot worse. And I want to go back home. This UK thing is not going to work for too long. I'm exhausted. Yesterday I was talking to somebody here, and I was like, man, I was cursing this place. For all its worth, this country has kept me okay till now, and I did some of my education here. So, but I want to go back home, and I'm involved in Nigeria every day. I want to be able to say I want to pack up everything. I don't need to travel to the UK at all again. That's what I want. That's the standard we want to set. Our people need to get back like the way the Chinese have gotten back home to build their country, and we can do it. It took the Chinese 40 years. With the technology and the advancement that has happened in the world, it could take us less to do it. We need the people in there, and it has to start with someone like Peter Obi. I'm sorry, if you like Tinubu, you have to make your peace with that. Some things need to move forward.
All right.
Things have to move forward.
Thank you. Forefathers, you have to explain yourself, where you said you know how the university lecturers do treat students. What do you mean by that? Please expatiate.
And they are very, very funny people. We know that.
Well,
And I want to about Aminu Kanu, and this is another thing I want to criticize this guy for, Kwankwaso. Aminu Kanu, because we all know them now. We all know how they like to be sweet on the ladies and all that stuff. So that's not nice, and we can't keep having.
Why do you bring the issue of university lecturers here now?
No, my point, the point I was making is that just because you're highly qualified, you're a professor, doesn't mean you're infallible. You have to question everybody. The standard is what moves the country forward. Anybody that is trying to divide us is a problem. Anybody that's trying not to secure us is a problem. Anybody that is trying to weaken the people's access to information in terms of transparency is a problem.
Austin is talking to you.
No matter where they are coming from. If I do that, people should condemn me. Anybody that does that, we should condemn them too.
All right.
I will support him more.
Thank you.
Support
Thank you.
For condemning you.
No.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, forefathers. Ofokaj, you're next. Hold on, you are muted. Hold on, let me unmute you. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, yes. I said I didn't know you'll give me another chance. Thank you very, very much. Now, I have some very, very strong views about Tinubu. I consider him unelectable. And I think that if he ever becomes the president of this country, then that will be the saddest moment of my life. I wish I could stop being a Nigerian. The reason is that he doesn't have the morals whatsoever to ascend to the position of president of Nigeria. Here is someone who says that laborers, members of Labour Party, will labor to their grave. He has the temerity to say things like that about the labor of his fellow human beings. And then he didn't stop there. He was willing and found it in his conscience to toy with the hallowed position of bishops by producing fake bishops for purposes of election campaign. I find him a very, very unworthy person to aspire to stay in a position of a role model to children of this country. I have the same kind of very strong views for Atiku for one reason, that he stood up and told the Northerners that they have a responsibility to vote him into power because the Northerners have an exclusive right to rule this country. I wonder why that particular statement would not be considered enough to disqualify him as a candidate for the election. So, as for Kwankwaso, I don't see how someone whose claim to fame is that he can command the vote of just one state in Nigeria would want to become the president of this country. He knows he cannot be. Probably he's waiting to get a trade-off somewhere. It will be sad, the saddest day for me when he either aligns with Tinubu or aligns with Atiku for any purpose. Unfortunately for Peter Obi, his chiefest enemies are his kith and kin. There's the guy who calls himself Professor Soludo. And then there's the other one who calls himself Chief Olasi. It is so sad that at a time when the Afenifere are standing tall behind Peter Obi, that is the time that Professor Soludo and his ilk find it necessary to make nonsense of the much desired coalition of the West, the East, and the Middle Belt. This is the one opportunity when that coalition would have become possible. And then Soludo is sabotaging it right from the middle. So these are my views. I don't want to take more of your time. Dr. Damages, thank you for letting me make some observations.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah.
So I'll start with what forefather said. Look, I'm in the education profession. I've been a graduate assistant. I've taught in the university, and I'm still teaching in the university. If you are messing around with students, collect money from them, you should be treated the way you are supposed to be treated. I don't care whether it's in my profession or not. So I'll even support forefathers the most. If you see anybody that's messing up, call him out, including me. Nobody's above the law. So that apart, I'll always want to shake my head when it comes to look. I am a computational chemist. I am a professor in my field. I'm not a professor in another person's field. So when I see Kwankwaso telling me I'm a PhD where he's a normal trader, okay, go do monetary policy. Maybe we see now. You don't know everything. You may be a professor in your own field, and that is why I always insist that the best selling point for me in Obi is that he always insists that I am willing to learn, and that is why we work every day and become better. So that is just the whole thing I want to say. So far, I'm tired of him talking about Tinubu because every day you see one gap for the other. I just thank God that Nigeria is not a country with nuclear weapons. Before a president like Tinubu goes and gives the code that they will launch the nuclear weapon. That's the only thing I'm saying. But notwithstanding, if you need to be a president, you need to read. One of the most embarrassment we have seen is this in the Electoral Act, where they said they only delegated powers to the delegates to select those who will be candidates of the various parties. That those in the House of Assembly and the rest who were supposed to be part of the voters were excluded. But I keep on saying that each member of the House of Assembly has aides. The president has millions of aides. More than 1,000 people were supposed to read that document. They did not read the document. Then it was now seen as a mistake. When Buhari went abroad, that's when they say, hey, we made a mistake. Come and resign the one we have done now. It shows that it shows that we appoint incapable and mediocres who cannot sit down and read. Is that the same person you want to give Tinubu a book to read? How will he read the documents? How will he analyze it? Is this deal good for Nigeria or not? Those are the things we look out for. And that's the weak point of Buhari. He has good intention, but he could not even read the documents to know that I will append to this or I will not. And you expect me to give the same documents to Tinubu who cannot even read, who cannot even articulate his thoughts? Come on. Even if we hate Nigeria, no reach this level now. No reach this level. Let's try our best to know that this country is our own. Somebody needs to read the document before signing, except you want to sign your death warrant without even knowing. So for me, I'll still take Obi. Yeah, for me, I go with Obi. Simple.
All right, thank you. Henry, welcome to the show. I'll meet yourself, Henry. Let me
Sorry.
see.
Yeah, sorry. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
My take on this issue is anybody who loves Nigeria, who want progress of Nigeria, will not even think of Tinubu at all. At all. It's out of question. It's just like I will ask my 98-year-old father to come and become a chief in my village. What do you want to say? Nigeria is a sick country at the moment. Now Nigeria is sick. We need somebody who is healthy here in mind to wake that country up. Anybody who said you want to support Tinubu because of Tinubu is my tribal man. I'm a Benin. I'm from Edo State. I support Obi. My father is 98 years. He's going to vote for Obi because he wants a better country. We live in a Western country. We see how this system are working. I cannot imagine myself wake up one day and said Obi Tinubu is president. It's a suicide. Kwankwaso, it's just this northern pride, this greed, this we are the northern, we are the one ruling Nigeria. That's why he don't want to be vice president to Peter Obi. They approached him before. He don't want to be vice president for Peter Obi. Why? And he knows he cannot win. He just winning will be one state in the north. In my state, Edo State, we know Kwankwaso. Nobody knows him. Peter Obi knows Peter Obi all over Nigeria. Talk of Atiku. Atiku, the criminal, he put us in this bondage, darkness in Nigeria. Atiku cannot be president. It can never be president. It's over. Showore, yeah, we supported Showore before. We supported him, but Showore should know now the revolution is what he was calling for. This is a revolution now. They should come together to work with Peter Obi. It can be one of those ministers of whatever, uh, to support it, to make this country move forward. This is not the time of my party. Peter Obi is how corrupt is among this. No, we should come together and to work with him because he cannot win. That's for sure. We should tell ourselves the truth. Whether we like it or not, Peter Obi going to be the president. Out of all the candidates now, Peter Obi is the strongest one there. Everybody knows him. Everyone knows Peter Obi. He's only a wicked person who don't love that country, Nigeria. We think of Tinubu or Atiku. Period. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I noticed something I just wanted to point out before we continue. Nigerians all over the world, they might be in Vietnam, they might be in New York, or they might be in England, and they'll be saying this country, even though they are physically out, they are still they still carry Nigeria with them, to the point that they forget that they are not even in Nigeria. But that's a good thing. I don't think Americans. It says something about Nigerians. All right, Sydney, you're next.
Yeah, I think it's very clear elections that have given us four clear candidates to look at in this election. And I think the gauntlet has been set for the young people. The young people have been marginalized. The young people have been castigated, called lazy, called all sorts of things, said that there are just four people tweeting in the room. And throughout this electioneering, they have defied the odds. And I think for me is they are going to be the joker of this election. Young people have been put to the back for too long. I think it's time for the young people to say, this is our country. We can decide what happens and we have the chance to do it. So this election is going to be a watershed moment. I've always said it. It's a watershed moment for the Nigerian people. And anytime Nigerians have been pushed to the wall, we somehow rise to the occasion. So I think this election, if the young people who have showed consistency to defy the odds in terms of coming out to register, in terms of pushing it, in terms of going everywhere for the Obi candidacy and have brought him from nobody to become a phenomenon, then I think they will take it. I don't envy who will be the next president. The next president is going to be faced with real daunting challenges, whoever he is. And Nigerians must brace up for impact because the economy is in dire straits. The next president has to be able to take very, very hard decisions. Taking out the subsidy will have great impact, but Nigerians must stand behind him. If Peter Obi wins, we must stand behind him for the first 2 years because he's going to have a very rough ride. But he will come out on the top because he's going to give 100% effort. There will be a clear economic plan. There will be a clear trajectory. And that's what Nigerians want. We're not saying he's going to do El Dorado. No. At least we know that if we go through the storm, we have the best pilot taking on the flight. And based on what we have seen with the four leading candidates, any reasonable person, devoid of your affiliations, will say, I can trust, if this is my company, I can trust it with a Peter Obi on the saddle because I think he knows where he's going to. And it's left for Nigerians to vote. Elections can always turn any headwinds, but based on the trajectory of this election, the headwind has not gone against Obi. Obi has been making strident strides. There's something a lady said in Arise TV, an analyst. She said, underestimate Obi at your own peril. He's very soft-spoken. It looks as if he's not injuring anybody. They underestimated him in Anambra. He won and took out all the oligarchs. And he changed the direction. Now they have underestimated him here, and he has kept rising. I remember the day he went out of PDP, they say, oh, it's a poor political move. Today is the best brilliant move ever. So the truth is this, he's in charge of this election, as I predicted. He has 3 zones with him already. He has the South-South, he has the Southeast, and he has the North-Central. He will take this election. I told some people, 5 hours after the election, he will be victorious, period. There's no analysis that is showing me anything else. No analysis. I give Southwest to Tinubu. I gave some part of the North Central, Northeast. I divided among the 3, and I give Atiku those conservative votes in the Northwest and all that. But I don't see how an Obi will not win. It's not possible. The generals are with him. So I think the truth is this, INEC has to get their acts right. The young people have to come through, and then we have an Obi presidency. However, that does not take us out of the woods. So it's that Nigerians must know that the next 2 years will be very, very tough years for any president. And so from there, we can now start saying, okay, let's see what can happen. So I think the candidates have shown their mettle, and Kwankwaso has missed the boat, but I know he's playing that towards the end he can pitch his tent where he thinks he can get an opportunity for his own group. And with politics, Obi is always open. Most of his men have said it. They're always open to discussions with different groups. And Kwankwaso want to be relevant even after now. So I think they'll play their politics. And the last thing I'll say is, before the end of January, we should know where the G5 of PDP stands. So we don't know Wike where he is tilting, although indications show towards Obi, but we need to know Wike's real positioning. That will be, I think, one of the outlooks for January. So I'm looking out for what he's going to do.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, if Wike is smart, he should look at what happened when Obi came for his commissioning, Sydney. And by the way, before I jet out, that Southwest, yes, Tinubu will win it. Just. He will be shocked in Lagos. Mark my word. Screenshot this video. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Abby. Black Ammo, your final thoughts.
For years, Nigeria have had leaders who they feel like they owe no accountability to the citizens, and Obi is really talking to Nigerians and is telling them what they've been waiting to hear from their leaders or potential leaders. If you don't tell us what you're going to do for us, how are we going to hold you accountable when you don't do them? We're going to know what you promised you was going to do and what you did and what you did not do. Kwankwaso came to read the script today, and even when he answers questions, he sounded like all the answers he's giving was already written even before the questions came. Tinubu, that one was a big joke. He delegated security questions to a governor whose state is not secured at all. At one time, we all heard that news where he pulled his son out of the school his son was attending because he was afraid of kidnapping, and put his son in private school. We all heard that. And that is who Tinubu delegates security questions to. So from all indications, I think every person that means well for Nigeria, we know Obi is the person we should all support.
All right. Thank you, Black Hammer. Thank you so much. Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I've been following your program for like forever.
Thank you.
And thank you as well for giving me this opportunity. This platform is my first time logging on. And like I mentioned before, I'm a medical practitioner, and it's not me being proud, but I just give thanks to Nigeria for giving me that opportunity to be able to come in diaspora to still be a consultant. Nigeria gave me that platform. So, and I thank God. So I want to say to Nigerians that we don't have any other country but Nigeria. I also respect any other interest or opinion, but we don't have any other country but Nigeria. And also overemphasize, I can't overemphasize the fact that God must be a Nigerian for us to still be together and still be where we are, despite all the damages that especially the Buhari government has actually brought in. It only requires somebody who has a brain to understand that Nigeria is not doing well. And it's actually, the trajectory is heading towards disaster if we're not in the disaster a lot already. Then again, I must also say that I want to tell people that we cannot pray ourselves out of the problem we have. God gave us a brain, hence, He expects us to solve our own problem. The Western world did not pray to get where they are. Dubai did not pray to get where they are. So Nigerians, we need to wake up and realize that 2003 is a make or break election. Hence, it comes to that point that this PVC must be collected. And I'm glad that I'm going to go, by God's grace, in February back to Nigeria to cast my vote. Up until today, my admiration was for Mr. Kwankwaso, but I was very and highly disappointed. But again, on the other side, I'm actually thankful that he made me understand that he was contesting for the president of Kano State. Nigeria has never been this disunited before, and here we are. We need somebody that can unite us. So I'm actually tilting towards Mr. Peter Obi, because so far, if anybody has a brain again, you could understand that things has been going towards, him telling us what he wants to do, and he is not shy to equally tell us what to do. Again, it comes to that point again that one pastor, which was going viral, said, "May your children be like the person you are supporting." So, I want my children to be like Peter Obi, and I want my grandchildren to be like Peter Obi. So, I cannot overemphasize the fact that Nigerians need to go and collect their PVC. If it's difficult for you to collect, just realize that good things don't come easy. Keep going. They are trying to suppress the voters, but let us keep going, because patience. Igbo people will say that the person who is patient will eat the fattest bone. In this case, the person who is patient will eat the fattest meat. Let us be patient. Let us get our PVC. Let us make the right choice. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Finally, Samuel, your final thoughts.
Okay. Like I said before, what we provide here is information, and I hope that people back home who are tuned in are listening and making decisive decisions to change our nation. Dr. Damages, you observed something, and it's just so true about whoever is a real man. It doesn't matter where we are. It doesn't matter where we are. Who we are is in us. I might be here in Dallas, somebody might be somewhere else, but who you are is in you. Nigeria is in us. It cannot be taken away from us. And there's no real man who wants to stay in another man's country forever. We all desire to come back home. Most times, people migrate on many reasons for education. It could be to contribute, like my friend who just finished speaking, the doctor. It could be to add, to that society medically. But majority of the reason people leave their countries is famine, it's poverty, hardship. If you look at the index, majority of people who travel out of their countries because of poverty in their country. And funny enough, immediately the country gets better, a lot of people come back home. There's no country in the world like Nigeria. There's no country in the world like Nigeria. If our leaders are sensible and passionate and good leaders, all of us who are making this money we make in America or wherever will be making it times 20 in Nigeria if the environment was conducive, if there is justice, equity, and like P2B would always say, if the country is a productive and not a consuming country, nobody needs. There are countries in this, I might not know the names, but I know there are countries in this world that their citizens don't travel. Travel for what? You want to wed, your country will bless your wedding as a citizenship benefit. Somebody die, you want to do burial, your country will almost take care of it. You want to do this, your country will almost take care of it. They don't need to travel anywhere. They're not going anywhere to do anything because they are blessed with leaders who are forecasting for a better future. But why our own leaders killing us? Why are they being wicked to our unborn children? If we miss 2023, my goodness, I don't know what will happen, but it's my passionate prayer that we don't miss it. Like I said before, I love Showore, but the hand on the wall, the handwriting on the wall right now is pointing towards P2B, and I think we should all line up behind P2B for a better Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Samuel. Mo, I just brought you late hour. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show. You have 1 minute, and we're checking out.
Hello, good evening, everyone. It's my second time on the show, and I hope everyone is doing okay. Um, for me, I just want to take us back a little bit, and I don't want to say that some people have been biased, especially when it came to Kwankwaso's expressions at Chatham House. And to specifically go to the question he was asked, um, I think the question would have been phrased in a different way, which I think wouldn't demand a provocation, from him. In the sense that, I mean, when he was asked the question was, would he step aside? You know, so for someone who, I mean, if you look at all these candidates, I mean, they're all in the race for a reason because they think they can win. Kwankwaso, for instance, thinks he's from the north, so he has numbers from the north. You know, Peter Obi is from the south. He believes he has a strong standing from the south and a considerable standing from other parts of the nation. So I think they're there in the race because they simply believe they can win. So um, the way the question was posed was, would he step aside? Now, for you to ask someone whether he was going to step aside, it's like you simply assuming that he doesn't have that chance to win, or he doesn't have the capacity to be in the race. So that perhaps provokes the response, that you got from Kwankwaso. But that, being put aside, I don't think for someone who is aspiring for political office to sort of come up with that response, I think he could have been, more subtle and, respond basically in a more positive way than the way he responded. But anyways, that being said, I feel that experience is something that anyone who is going to lead the country requires. Education is important. However, not your degree or your PhD or whatever. I don't really think that is relevant for you to do the job. But I think you require a wealth of experience, not only in politics but in terms of economics as well. Because a lot of what countries do, a lot of what leadership requires, in terms of leading a country, you really need to be grounded in economics, not only political education, but that economics is actually what drives our countries today. And I think leaders require a lot of that. Um, but that also expands to the people, that you have around you, people you're going to work with, At the end of the day, is all about, and I don't want to borrow what Tinubu said, the spirit of teamship, but I think you might not be an expert in a certain area, but the people that you will bring in to work with you, should actually stem from those areas, which might be politics, might be economics, and all sorts of life. These are the people you work with at the end of the day. But as a leader, it is important that you also have a grounding, in all those areas, so that you're able to work in sync, with the people that you've employed to work with you. I live in the UK. If I had an opportunity today to go back home and vote, I think most definitely the person I'll be voting for is Peter Obi. I think that would be a breath of fresh air for the country. I think it will be a way to sort of step back, and look at the country and get rid of get ourselves rid of recycling this old people who do not really want to do anything for the country, or who aren't really ready to do anything for the country. So to round it up, and I think a lot of people have just said things, which I also have been thinking in terms of mergers, and I think Showore and Obi would be something that's they have things in similar, and I think a merger between these two would actually bring something positive to the country in terms of development and policy implementations. So thanks for the opportunity again.
All right, thank you so much, Mo. Thank you for that contribution. I think I've covered everybody. Everybody, yeah. All right, thank you. And for those who might want to hear the opinion of Ovie, who is a Kwankwaso supporter, you can go over to All Politics, and hear his opinion. And I thank everybody that joined us today, those who watched at home and all over the world. I appreciate your time. Forefathers, thank you so much for being here. Fokaja, thank you so much for being here. Austin, thank you so much for being here. Samuel, thank you so much for being here. Mo, thank you so much for being here. And Dr. Maxwell, thank you so much for being here. I will see you guys next on Saturday. If you have a chance, join us. Let's talk about all the other issues. And then on Sunday, Showore will be here. And all the best, everybody.
Sorry, before we go, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask something. Is there a way you could constantly have a link for someone to join the chat? Because sometimes I find it difficult. I have to maybe put in the chat to ask, that I want to join. So is there a way you could, possibly just put the link somewhere where someone can just click and request entry?
To the studio or to the chat?
Yeah, sorry, to the studio. I mean
okay. All right. Okay. I'll figure out how to do that. Okay. Yeah, I will. Thank you.
It can be pinned. It can be pinned on the external chat, so that whenever anybody comes, they just see the link, they click it at the top.
Okay. Okay. That's a good idea. Thank you. I'll do that.
Thank you, sir. Cheers.
Okay. Thank you, guys.